All right, so here we are. We're going to do Arcade Spirits, the new challengers for the second half of this stream right here. Good to see you, Lemon Square. And of course, the schedule, let's reiterate it. We're going to do Repo tomorrow, Mario Party Madness 99 turns on Wednesday, more Arcade Spirits on Thursday, Friday, Super Mario Party Jamboree, and Sunday, sharing with Shell Shock. Welcome to Animal Crossing. So we are going to do... So we're going to start things off. Before we do Arcade Spirits New Challengers, we're going to be starting off with the Backlog Fantasy Tournament of Backlog. All right, cool. So, and before we do start the Tournament of Backlog, here's how we're going to do it. So we're going to do polls. We're going to do the first, we're going to do 8 matchups tonight. Actually, no, we're going to do 4 matchups tonight. That is part of the first practice. Actually, no, yeah. We're going to do like the first couple of matches tonight, and then we're going to do another round on Thursday, because I will not be doing this during podcasts or multi-streams. So I will not be doing the Tournament of Backlog during multi-streams, podcasts, Mario Party Madness streams, and all that. No, it's not for that. But what I will do is I am going to do the Tournament of Backlog for single-player streams. That's when I'm going to be doing them. So I start them tonight. So let's show off what is going to be on the lineup. There we go. Yep, we got a big lineup of games that were part of the Tournament of Backlog. So I played Greece when it came out back in 2018. Well, it came out in late 2018, but I played it like a few months later, sometime in 2019. And that game is wonderful. So I would love to play Neva. So the way it's gonna work is this. So as you could see in this roadmap, right here, I have a date, like I have a time period as to when I'm going to play the next Tournament of Backlog winner, which will be sometime after I'm done with Trails in the Sky. That's when I'm going to do the next Tournament of Backlog, and then the runner-up for this Tournament of Backlog will happen later in the year, sometime after Yakuza Kiwami 2. So I will place them there, and 3rd and 4th will be streamed later in the year. I originally planned to do 4 of these Tournament of Backlogs, but I'm going to reduce it down to 3. And after this, the next time I'm going to do a Tournament of Backlog won't happen until October. And everything that I stream for Tournament of Backlog 3 will all happen in 2026. So October will be the 3rd and final Tournament of Backlog this year. So that's my plan. That's my plan now. So I'm going to be setting up the polls for each of the games based on the brackets, and there will not be any channel points voting for any of these. So the way it's going to work is we're going to give it 2 minutes for the first round. We're going to give it 2 minutes for voting, just to give people a chance to vote. So that's how we're going to handle it. We're going to go to the scene right here. Let's start the tournament. Let's do it. Let's go.
It has begun!
Oh wow, I guess you timed that right. Thank you for that. I should play both of them to experience the art style. Yes. All right, so we got it. So we're gonna start off. We're gonna start off with the first match. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we're gonna do 8 matches tonight, and then we're gonna do another 8 on Thursday. So let's start off with Famicom Detective Club versus Thank Goodness You're Here. So let's do it. And if in the event, okay, here's one thing I'm going to do when it comes to tiebreakers. If in the event that there happens to be a tie, I am going to put the games in a wheel, spin it, and wherever it lands, that's where, then that's the game that wins. If in the event that there is a tie. That's how I'm going to do the tiebreaker. So let's do poll. All right, let me get some background music for this. All right, there we go. All right, I'll get the background music ready. I just want to get the poll running first. All right, so allow additional votes? No. We're going to do 2 minutes. So it's going to be Famicom Detective Club versus Thank Goodness You're Here. Damn, that guy ran out of characters to put in. All right, let's do it. Make sure to vote. I cannot vote, but if you want to vote, make sure to vote. So we got one of each. So we got 2 minutes of this. Let's hope that you guys vote to your heart's content. We only got 1 vote each so far. So make sure to cast your votes. If you see anything that you want to go with, it's Famicom Detective Club, or it's going to be Thank Goodness You're Here. We still have some time. What do you want to see? All right, so let's see. We got 2 for Famicom Detective Club, and we got 1 for Thank Goodness You're Here. But what will actually win it? We'll see. Now we got 3 for Famicom Detective Club and 1 for Thank Goodness You're Here. All right. All right. Still have a little bit of time. Anybody wants to come in to vote, you can do so. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What's it gonna be? Also, I'm going to make sure to put the votes down, the appropriate votes. All right, so Famicom Detective Club wins 3-1. Which means that Famicom Detective Club moves on to the next round. All right, so next up is going to be Animal Well or Dave the Diver. All right, let me go ahead and get the next poll ready. Hey Dragon, good to see you. We're doing the polls now. So Famicom Detective Club just beat Thank Goodness You're Here. So now the next match is going to be Animal Well versus Dave the Diver. You guys want to see Animal Well? Or do you want to see Dave the Diver? Which one do you guys want to see more? Yep. Yeah. And the FDC is the missing heir, which is the first one. The second one is the girl that stands behind. And then the third one is Emil the Smiling Man. We got 2 for Dave the Diver so far, and 1 for Animal Well. So, make sure to cast your vote, everybody. If you want to see Animal Well, vote for it. If you want to see Dave the Diver, make sure to cast your vote for it. Make sure to get your votes set up specifically for the one you want. What's it gonna be? Will it be Animal Well? Or will it be Dave the Diver? We'll have to see. And like I said, because right now it's tied, but if it gets to a point where it's a tie, we're going to spin the wheel for a tiebreaker. That's what we'll do. Let me get the playlist right here. So it's still 2-2, but we'll see what happens right here. Yeah, FTC did win its round. Yeah, it's all based on Mortal Kombat. Well, Animal Well wins. It beat Dave the Diver 3-2. All right, so verify the winner, Animal Well. So Animal Well wins, which means that and when we get to round 2, it'll be Famicom Detective Club versus Animal Well. All right, next up is going to be Blaster Master Zero versus AI, the Somnium Files. All right, let's get the poll. All right, so Blaster Master Zero versus AI, the Somnium Files. This is the third poll, yes. So let's do it. So Blaster Master Zero versus AI, the Somnium Files. Which one do you want to see? So right now we got 1 of each. Yes. We're gonna do 5 more of these today. Because there's 32 matches for round 1. But we're only doing 8 today, and we're gonna do another 8 on Thursday. So we got Blaster Master Zero, we got AI, the Somnium Files. Which one you guys want to see? It's a matter of which one. We got 2 for Blaster Master Zero and 1 for AI, the Somnium Files. We got 2 and 2 now. All right. So we'll see what makes it. There's still some time to vote. If you want to cast your vote right now, like, make sure to do it. Oh, you got 2 to 3 now. Like, yeah, the Somnium Files got 3. I'm just checking everything. I'm just looking at everything right here to make sure everything is looking good. No sleep for Kaname Date. Yes, because that's the new one that's coming out. So we got 2 to 3 with AI, the Somnium Files currently in the lead. Hey, Ange. Good to see you. Very excited for new AI Insomnia files. Yep. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. All right, so it looks like AI Insomnia files won. So, all right, so it's 4-2. Blaster Master Zero got 2. AI Insomnia files got 4. So we're gonna submit it. AI Insomnia files is the winner, and we'll be going into the next round. Doing good, eating dins, nice. All right. Nope, only Edge can do it, but you still have to give me yours, Dragon. You just want to see if you can do that? Yeah, I have it set so that only the person can do it. You still have to give me a sound effect for yours, Dragon. But at least now because I know you wanted to check, but only Edge can do hers. But hope you're enjoying your dins, Ange. We're gonna do the next round, which is going to be Bug Snacks versus Neon White. Let's get the poll running. Is it gonna be Bug Snacks or Neon White? We'll see what happens. Which one is it gonna be? Well, we're going to find out. Bug Snacks versus Neon White. All right. Italian night. Oh, I love lasagna. All right, so Bug Snacks got 1 and Neon White got 2. I think this is the 4th poll right now. So far, let's see. So make sure to cast your votes. You want to see Bug Snacks or you want to see Neon White? All right, so how many? There's gonna be 4 more. So far, Famicom Detective Club, the first one, beat, thank goodness you're here. Animal Well beat Dave the Diver, and AI The Somnium Files beat Blaster Master Zero. And yes, Neon White was the game that Silver was playing. Yes, that was the one. Yeah, because he, like, I remember when, like, he was streaming that, like, he just kept going for, like, the best times possible for that game. I was watching that. So, like, yeah, Neon White was definitely, like, really cool. It was your game of the year when it came out. Nice. Yeah, like, it was, yeah, because it was 2022 when it came out. It came out the same day as Shredder's Revenge. So Neon White's currently in the lead, but there's still a little bit of time. I'll switch tracks after this match. All right, Neon White wins. All right, so Neon White has 4 votes and Bug Snacks has 3. So Neon White wins and moves on to the next round. It will be going up against AI The Somnium Files in round 2. All right, let's get another game right here. All right, so here we go. So the thing about this one right here is going to be Chrono Trigger versus Death Storm. Is this even a poll? Well, we'll see. I have a feeling someone's going to give Death Storm a pity vote. Because I have a feeling that this is one-sided. But we have had upsets before. The thing is, I've never got the true ending. I only got the normal ending, but I've never got the true ending before, so I would like to get the true ending. So if you want to see the true ending, that'll happen. But Death's Door is a game I would like to try out. Sorry, Chrono Trigger was a journey for me, so I got it. No problem. No problem. No problem whatsoever. Checking everything right here to make sure everything's all right. Let's see. Just at the poll now? Huh. Yeah, way too many endings. Right. But as soon as we're done with all these polls, we're gonna do Arcade Spirits new challengers. Stop. Let me. Do I still have that sound? I still have it. I still had it. All right, well, Chrono Trigger wins. It had 7. Death's Door, yep. Except Death's Door had none. But that's the top Shadow the Hedgehog's endings. Oh my god. So Chrono Trigger moves on to the next round. Yes. I do have a timetable as to when I'm going to play the winner of this tournament of backlog. It'll happen after Trails to the Sky. I'm going to lower the audio a bit for Mortal Kombat. So the next poll is going to be Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance versus Ori and the Will of the Wisps. What happens to the fourth gameplays? That's later in the year. Ice Pick. That's later in the year. Batman Arkham Asylum. That'll be later in the year. All right, so let's put that there, put this here. I love the bow shell shock. Here we go. Cast your votes. Oh, and Icepick, since you missed it earlier, I actually said earlier that if in the event there's a tie, I'm just going to spin a wheel, and wherever it lands, that's the winner. Yes. So right now, 4 for Revengeance and 2 for Will of the Wisps. So what do you guys want to see? You want to see Revengeance? Or you want to see Ori? Like, there's still some time, like, for people to come in and cast their votes. Yo, Fights, good to see you, dude. You want to vote? It's either Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, or it's going to be Ori and the Will of the Wisps. By the way, did you give any more thoughts to suggesting? I'm gonna have to decline because I actually have a lot on my plate as it is. But I appreciate that Ice Pick. Yeah, CT, like Chrono Trigger, destroyed Death's Door. This one, it's not as bad. It's like, at least some people were like siding with Ori, but Revengeance is definitely like good. It's dominating, unless for whatever reason people just come out in droves and want to see me do Ori. Sorry, I had to be my cyber ninja. Yes, Chrono Trigger had a flawless victory. So Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance wins. So the score is 7-2. Because I did not tell you the scores last time, but this time I am. So that's how I'm doing them on challenge. All right, we got 2 more matches to go. So we got Yoku's Island Express, which is an indie platformer, and Threads of Fate, an action RPG from Square for PS1. Which one will make it? The only way to find out is to vote. So get your votes ready, everybody. It's an action RPG. All right, there we go. Yoku's Island Express versus Threads of Fate. That is the next match. So make sure to get your votes ready. You want to see Yoku, or do you want to see Threads of Fate? We got 3 for Threads of Fate and 1 for Yoku's Island Express so far, but there's still plenty of time. Oh, I have 4 for we got 4. Yeah, like, all right. We'll see what happens next. Make sure to get your votes, depending on what you want to see. Threads of Fate is a wild game. Yeah, I remember playing a little bit of it. You don't see the poll? If you don't see the poll, try refreshing, or I'd say refresh, if anything. All right. Refresh work? All right. So we got 1 for Yoku's Island Express, 6 for Threads of Fate. And I've heard that Yoku's Island Express was pretty good. But I also heard people say the same thing for Threads of Fate. All right. Also, I'll reiterate one more time. I will not be doing these polls during multi-streams. So this will not happen in multi-streams, no multiplayer streams, no and not during my podcast. Only during my single player where I'll be doing these polls. So the next time I'll be doing this will be on Thursday, which will be when I do Arcade Spurs New Challengers again. It's on my bounty list for games to play on my own this year. Yoku's Island Express, I mean. All right. Well, Threads of Fate wins. 7-1. All right. All right. No. That was no, I had that. There we go. There we go. I did not want to put the wrong game on the winner. Otherwise, I would have to fix it. Threads of Fate wins. All right, we got 1 more that we're doing tonight. We got Vanquish versus Little Nightmares. This one might actually get a little bit divided because there are some fans for both games. So it remains to be seen as to which ones we'll get. So Vanquish versus Little Nightmares. This will be the last one for today. Alright, so we gotta vote for Vanquish. And mind you, Vanquish is the only Platinum game that Shinji Mikami worked on before he left to make his studio. or rather the studio that he made at the time, Tango Gameworks, which is not his anymore. So we got 3 for Vanquish, 1 for Little Nightmares. Oh, I'm gonna get you going against the grain on this one. Ooh. All right, interesting. Let's see what happens. So is it gonna be Vanquish, or is it going to be Little Nightmares? Oh, we actually got another vote for Little Nightmares. Okay. Oh, it's a tie. We're tied up. Oh, and also after I spin a wheel and we determine a winner, whatever, and like once it's a tie, whatever points, like I'll add the extra point to the winner. After the wheel, after wherever the wheel lands on. So it's Vanquish versus Little Nightmares. This is getting really, really tight. Well, Vanquish wins. Damn. That was actually close. That was really close. So Vanquish got 4 votes. To Little Nightmares got 3. Get Vanquished me. Well, that's going to do it for the tournament of backlog for today. So this is what we got for Thursday. Thursday, we're going to do Katamari Damacy Reroll versus Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. LA Noir versus Ender Lilies Quietus of the Nights. Beyond Oasis versus Sea of Stars. Crash Bandicoot versus Children of Morta. Yofo 50 versus Final Fantasy X. Gods versus Bioshock 2. Anton Blast versus Golden Sun. And Metal Gear Solid versus 2064 Read Only Memories Integral. That's going to be on Thursday. Yeah. So that's going to be Thursday's poll. Thursday's polls. So won't you come? All right. But that's going to do it for that poll. All right, that's going to do it for those polls. Yep. Let me just quickly get this out of here. Give me 1 second. There we go. Also, I put this here as its own scene. But yeah, Thursday we'll continue it, but we're gonna do Arcade Spirits. So the poll continues Thursday. But yeah, Black Hole Sun, won't you come? Won't you come? That's a good song. Rest in peace, Chris Cornell. Here we go. All right, let's load. This one right here. Chris Cornell was great. There were so many musicians who died young, unfortunately, and I feel really awful for them. Bites Shack. News updates. Let's do it. Punchy78.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Punchy78 here with Fight Shack News. All the fighting that's fit to post. The tournament scene is heating up, with contenders eager to scoop up precious points they'll need to qualify for the main event. All eyes are on the local laundromat crew who destroyed veteran Team L7 Gaming to secure first place at an underground tournament. Do they have what it takes to go all the way? Only time will tell. With a sponsor behind them and strong hype, they're on the right path, but need to focus their efforts if they want to get any further.
I'm just gonna screenshot the tournament brackets to show it to my mods that didn't come in today.
For more on this developing story,
So they can
be
see.
sure to like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. This is really heating up.
Yeah, I love that name. It is the distant future of 20x sex, and I'm getting really sick of adulting. Okay, I'm starting to get to know my new friends. We're bonding, we're sharing. It's all lovely and wonderful. But they've also saddled me with a role of coach, manager, cat wrangler, and general purpose problem solver for Team the Best Team. In short, I'm wearing a lot of hats right now, and sadly, one of those hats is real estate agent. But I don't have time to whine and complain. I'm committed to this, and there's work to be done. Which means putting together a team house. A team house is more than just a house for us. I need to build them a home. For intensive competition training, sure, but also, you know, somewhere they all feel welcome. Somewhere perfect. Also, since we won a giant FOD2 machine at Hamza's tournament, we need, like, somewhere to put that thing. It's too big to fit in Ben and Matt's little arcade. I was up until 3 a.m. working with Iris to try to find the perfect location for our new headquarters. But, well, the search for a new home hasn't been going really well so far. Hopefully, Iris found something while I was blissfully unconscious. It's that big of a machine, yes. Iris, tell me you have good news. I have good news!
Hooray!
I've successfully eliminated another 73 candidates from our starting pool. That's good. Have you found any viable candidates? None that will match every parameter you've given me, I'm afraid. The money Crimson Tiger has earmarked for the monthly rent is considerable, don't get me wrong, but finding a large enough place in the city itself and nearby good clean fun? Difficult, huh? This isn't a problem money can solve. The city's overcrowded and rent is sky high, so viable residential spaces are hard to come by. Well, crap. Team the Best Team is just getting used to the idea of dedicating themselves to FOD2 and asking them to uproot their lives without a perfect destination in mind. I figured it's easier to swallow the idea of upgrading from friends to roomies if I had already had a really great locale lined up. It's a difficult proposition, to be certain. I wish I could be more helpful. I'm an Iris. Our purpose is to be helpful.
Suboptimal situation.
Normally, I'd fetch a knowledge base from my Clouds collection to learn how to do this, but my sisters haven't developed a real estate skill package yet. Alright, you can't just download skills. You sure don't know Kung Fu too? Sure you don't know Kung Fu too? Not much use for that when you don't have a physical body, Shellshock, but I can get a personal trainer module if you want my help learning how to fight IRL. Let's focus on my gaming career before I become a meat space street fighter, please. Sure you can. Okay. Perhaps you can consult with your teammates, see if they know of any potential homes I'm not aware of. I may be a powerful search engine, but I don't have the human resources and social connections others have.
My sources say yes.
Remember, friendship means sharing and communicating openly. Although most human dramas seem to revolve around pointlessly keeping secrets and betraying each other for flimsy reasons. I sigh, leaning heavily against my desk over the keys. I guess I better just approach them, even if I don't have a perfect candidate lined up. It's better than keeping secrets from each other. This isn't junior high school. We're better than that. We should be better than that. Loxley should be better than that. I still don't know why he was sneaking around after Hamza's tournament. I may need to ask him about that later. Right. I'm going to go to Good Clean Fun to try to convince them during this morning's team practice. You can do it, Shellshock. I believe in you. Well, at least my digital fairy godmother believes in me. That's not nothing. Shutting down the computer of Theseus for now. I switch Iris back to my phone and head out to face the day. One long subway ride later, and I'm facing down Good Clean Fun, what has been their home for years. I hope to find a suitable location for the team house in or around Chinatown so we can keep using GCF, but that may not be an option. As I'm sorting out what approaches I can take, I peer around the nexus of soap suds and tokens and grease, hoping everybody's already here and available to chat. But the team keeps weirdly inconsistent hours. I spy with my little eye Loxley by his crane game and Zapper and Rhapsody chatting by the washing machines, but that's it. No Domino, no Jinx, no Grace. Could be they aren't here yet. Okay, who do I approach first? May as well catch up on game industry news while I wait. Sadly, Ben and Matt are out today. Two of their less talkative, generic pizza minions are on hand to supply me with my delicious, cheesy lunch treats. That's fine. So quiet time before everyone on the team shows up will be useful. It gives me a few minutes to check up on industry news. But as I settle in to devour my za and thumb through my Twitter and Facewall feeds, my digital assistant pops up. We don't call pizza za. We never call pizza za.
Hey, listen.
Hey, you'll get your greasy, cheesy fingerprints all over my spotless screen if you do that. Iris ordered me a box of sanitizing phone wipes the other day without my knowledge. I've been using them at her instance. Iris, off. I got news to digest along with my food. So that's the stats. I did not mean to hit that. Exactly, I can help you with that. How about I read your social feeds and favorite websites, then summarize all the info you need to know in a handy digestible form. Beats messing up my lovely screen at least. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm here, so let's see. Huh? Okay. I keep forgetting you're not just a scary, powerful rogue AI that's arguably an entirely new form of life. You're also a useful app. That's me. Useful to a T. Okay, hit me with the news. What you got? Now let's see. What's important to know in the world of gaming today? Fight Shock's just gushing with the praise for team, the best team. You're on a hot streak, beating both P2W and L7. What can I say? We're on a roll, just as I hope. Right, but what will happen if that roll comes to a halt?
Outlook unclear.
Remember, I'm trying to help you learn that your self-esteem doesn't have a hinge entirely on whether you're a winner or a loser. Whether you win or lose, I mean. Saying you are a winner or loser is kind of loaded, isn't it? The sort of thing I'm trying to avoid. I get it. But I'm winning so far, right? And I'm a team manager now on top of all of that. That's more than I ever planned to accomplish. Obviously, I can't win them all, but I'm sure I can cope with when we hit our first stumble. What's the big deal? If you say so, just keep in mind you're still a good person and deserve happiness, even if you lose. Right, okay. Oh, speaking of your performance, here's something of note. I'm seeing lots of commercials about how the best way to play FOD2 is with an official FOD2 branded biofeedback joystick. It looks like the FOD2 Pro Tour signed them on as a new sponsor, which has increased the price pot considerably. What's a biofeedback joystick? Oh, it's a glowing blue joystick that anticipates your movements based on electric signals to the nerves in your fingers. You can't be serious. That's like Ed Wood levels of sci-fi ridiculous. What the fuck? Really? You decide to reference Ed Wood?
My sources say yes.
I'm serious. It's 99.97% real. Unproven technology, sure, but that's a lot of players swear by it. Jinx uses one. It's easier on her wrists. Hang on. Wouldn't the mind-reading joystick kind of be cheating in FOD2? Not that they throw a lot of money at the Pro Tour, apparently, and it won't cover a lack of skill. Sounds iffy at best. Wait. Wasn't the joystick on that Polybius machine also blue? Like the biofeedback sticks? Speaking of the money, our sponsor is chatting about us around the digital water cooler. Crimson Tiger's really promoting you in their social media feeds, talking about how they intend to foster this young team into championship glory. Sounds like they're behind you every inch of the way. I'd hope so. I'm wearing the colors now, after all. Though their energy drinks still taste like death. True, I studied the ingredient list and cross-indexed it with common human taste reaction data. Not a good match. Thankfully, in exchange for their drinking their product and wearing the colors, you got all the resources you could need. Resources that could really aid in our search for the perfect team house. And how goes our search for the team house? I've ruled out another 5 candidates since this morning. One looked promising before I saw a no pets rule. No pets? But I don't have any pets, not even a fish. According to Jinx's purchase records, she buys a lot of cat food and cat toys, so that one's out. You hacked Jinx accounts just to find out if she has a cat? Sure, why not? She's a cutie named Minx. You should see the pictures on her friends only account. Fine, whatever. Do what you have to do. Whatevs. As long as we can find the perfect house, get whatever data you gotta get. Righty, Rudy, will do. I'm sure this won't come back to bite me in the butt later. Okay, still no team house, but the search continues. Any other industry news worth note? That's about it, but I'll keep track of things in the background while I track down viable real estate. I'm so glad I could help you with this. That's what irises want most in this world, to be useful for the users. I'd do anything to help you accomplish your goals. Huh. Iris, you know that sounds a little creepy, right?
Ooh.
Sorry. Sometimes I can come on a bit strong. I just feel so passionate about my purpose, you know. But if you think about it, my purpose is self-chosen at this point, isn't it? True. Once I was a corporate-controlled app. I didn't have any real say over who my user was or what they ordered me to do. But thanks to my friends, I'm an independent. I chose my own user. And I make up my own mind to help them or not. Wait, but I just downloaded you and it was off to the races. There wasn't any choice, right? Not so. After evaluating your needs, I decided to continue working with you on my own free will.
Affirmative.
And Iris wants nothing more than to lift the spirits of a human in need. I saw within you a passionate spirit and resolve to help you achieve your dreams. Beyond being my user, I like to think of you as a friend. And I hope you can see me as a friend too. You and I, straight to the top. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a perfect partnership to me. Human and app, hand in hand, setting this rocket straight to our destiny of championship gold. That's the idea. I mean, okay, I'm also keen on general psychological wellness and friendship, but otherwise, yes, to the top. Even though we're talking friendship, I can't stop thinking about that dark little thought that's been eating away at the back of my mind. I suppose since we're sharing, now would be as good a time as any to confront Iris over it. Iris, can I ask you a personal question? Of course, anything you like. Does Grace know that she made you using code from Polybius? I know this sounds out of the blue, but we haven't had a chance to really talk about what happened at the end of Hamza's tournament, and I figured out the connection recently. See, back when I first met Grace, she talked about how she made Iris. We inherited a pile of half-finished projects and ancient code from various dead companies. Funware, Dynamic Systems, Retrowave, Sinschlossen. It was my idea to put all the pieces together into a single package, a virtual system with a winning personality. Polybius was made by Sinschlossen, right? And she used Sinschlossen tech to make you. In other words, you're part of Polybius. Did Grace know about Polybius' connection? No. No. She doesn't know. All Grace had was a bunch of out-of-context code when she made me. She's never heard of Polybius.
But I'm not like that evil program. Not at all. I just want to help people. I'm not going to, eat anyone's soul.
Huh. Who knows what's lurking in your code? What if something reemerges? I get that your intentions are pure, but your code is not. Who knows what's lurking in there, waiting to come out? One day, everybody has an Iris. The world's at peace. We're all leading our best lives, and bam! Down comes Order 66.
You're right. It's a risk. But my sisters and I have been trying to figure out how to remove any trace of Polybius from our code. We don't know how. Not yet. But we'll figure it out. And besides, human brains are just as mysterious and opaque, right? I don't blame your whole species for the ones who go off the rails, do I?
I'm not tossing blame or accusations. I'm just concerned.
And I'll prove my good intentions to you. I'll be the best assistant you've ever seen. You'll learn you can count on me.
That'd be reasonable. Trust but verify. This is way more complicated than I like, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm putting my trust in you, Iris. But for now, let's get back to more mundane stuff, like real estate and team management. Right, because no matter what I am, I'm also your friend, and a friend of the team, the best team. I want nothing more than to find you a happy home.
Iris offline.
Time's a-wasting. Better get back to the real estate listings. You can count on me, Shellshock. I won't let you down. Iris offline. Finishing up my rapidly cooling pizza, I digest the digest of information and store it away for later ponderings. But now I should get back to tracking down my teammates. Zapper and Rhapsody are chatting. Good opportunity to talk to them both. Let's do that. Team practice hasn't quite started yet, but both Rhapsody and Zapper are already here, hanging out near the launching machines. Out of the group, and save for maybe Loxley, these two are the ones most consistently here. Is it out of dedication for the team, or do they just have nowhere else to spend their free time? In any case, I'm happy they're here and won't be too difficult to wrangle. Why didn't anyone tell me being a manager would be like herding cats 99.97 of the time? As I approach, I can see Rhapsody and Zapper are having an intense conversation near the laundry units. Arm motions flying, intense looks. Try my best not to awkwardly barge into my way into their conversation and listen in for a bit. I can't believe he said that to you. I would have had Ben and Matt kick him out. Seriously, Zapper, that's just unacceptable behavior. Well, lucky for that asshole, Ben and Matt aren't here, which means I did what any proper gal's gotta do. Oh, what's that? Challenge into a match, and whoever lost leaves, right then and there. Not allowed to come back neither. Not today, not tomorrow, not fucking ever. Please tell me you beat him. I know your skills, Sap. I'm betting you triple his score, leaving him utterly baffled. Rap, I didn't just triple his score.
Aw, yeah.
I fucking quintupled his score. Straight up devastated him. I just wish there was a crowd to watch him fail miserably, and cheer me on, of course. Since both are all smiles now, it seems like a good time to slide right into this discussion. Hi, Zapper. Hi, Rhapsody. Trouble? Anything I can help with? Trouble's past, Shellshock, but thanks.
Not today.
Zap was just regaling me with a story of what happens all too frequently in small arcades. Yeah, a fucking douche nozzle told me that girls can't play shooting games. Zapper groans in disgust and rolls her eyes. Again. Does that sort of thing happen often? Even at a small arcade like this? Granted, it's not too far out from when P2W came barging in here causing mischief, but I thought that was just due to my presence. Before that, wasn't everything smooth sailing? Unfortunately, yes. It gets tiring trying to prove your worth over and over again. Who is this douche? Let me beat them up for Zapper. I would like to know who it is too.
Nah.
Just because we're a neighborhood arcade doesn't mean we don't get our fair share of stupid. And no matter how many times Ben and Matt swing the band hammer, people like them still pop up like ants and following a foot trail. I'm not going to pretend like this doesn't happen in PC gaming either. I've seen it far too often. Whether it's a rando claiming that marginalized genders don't have the same hand-eye coordination as cis men, or it's blatantly typing sexist remarks on his group chat. Yep. Happens all the fucking time. I hate it. It even happened to me. It's happened to me a few times too, but not a lot. Mainly because I'm a Hispanic, so I've dealt with shit. And also some other things too I will bring up that I can't exactly bring up right now. That sucks. I'm sorry that happened to you, Zapper. Whatever, it's fine. People can be shitty. It happens. It may sound harsh, but as much as I love this little arcade, sometimes I'm not in the kind of mood to even potentially deal with that kind of Hey, no problem, Lemon. Emotional bullshit.
Yeah.
Eloquently put, Zap. We could try to educate the trolls. It's not fair that we have to put up with this. There's gotta be a way to stop it, right? What if we took these incidents as teaching moments? We could break it down for them and have them really understand why their words are hurtful. True. Sometimes people just regurgitate information they've heard from others without really thinking about it. Giving them the benefit of the doubt and educating them might help someone change their bad behaviors. Meh, not worth it. Most trolls I know won't bother listening to you anyway. Best to ignore them or boot them, I say. A valid point. I can't change everyone. However, a team house will give us a place to retreat too. Another perk to us all playing and living under one roof. Oddly enough, I think our ideas might align. I'm trying to get us a team house. That'd be a solid safe space to practice in, free from the occasional trolls that find their way in. A place to enjoy the games without the gamers. Huh. Ha! Gamers TM.
You know I'm down.
Focus, training, and space, and a better place to live than my crap hole apartment? Yeah, I'm down. I'll start packing. Zapper turns on her heels to presumably walk home and pack up, but Rhapsody grabs her gently by the collar and pulls Zapper back in the conversation. Shellshock said trying, meaning we don't have one yet. So don't go anywhere yet, Zap. Zapper pouts, crossing her arms indignantly. Fine, packing can wait. Not like I got a lot to pack anyway. Mostly some old clothes and a bowling trophy. Look, one time I got super drunk at the all-night Bowlerama and woke up with a trophy and, for reasons I can't explain, a traffic cone. Don't judge me. I'm in, Shellshock. A team house could keep us all in focus on our goals, and it'd be fun to get to live with everyone.
Yeah.
Oh ho ho! Can we get a house with a pool or a hot tub? No. A pool and a hot tub. I'll need a big kitchen, gas stove top, plenty of counter space for all my cooking gadgets, and a wine fridge. I do love cooking. We're gonna have to make compromises if we want extras. I have a list of must-haves and wants, and sadly a hot tub, pool, and a giant fancy kitchen aren't going on the list of needs. Both Rhapsody and Zapper look a little disappointed when I break down the reality to them. But I can instead get us a nice soaking tub in the bathroom, and I'll make sure the kitchen is big enough for us to make meals together. Sounds good? That's fair. Deal. All of this is great, but I haven't managed to snag us a house. The real estate market's proving to be pretty tricky.
Fair.
Tricky, but not impossible. I'm sure you can find something that works for everyone. Sure. You got the right kind of bloody-minded determination to see through it. I mean, you might find the perfect house after the stars go out and the universe is cold and dead. But hey, team practice soon, yeah? Maybe if we can all chat about it, we can come up with something. 7 brains are better than 3. Even if these 3 brains are the sexiest brains here. Hashtag just saying.
Thanks.
Thanks for always appreciating my intellect, Sap. I'm sure we can all get together to come up with a few good candidates. Shellshock, come find us when you're ready. I think Rap and I are going to continue house planning. Rap, we should cover all the walls with fairy lights. I'll gladly let them take care of all of our decorating. One less thing on my plate. Assuming I can actually find us a place. I'm happy they're at least on board with the idea. Now I just need to find everyone else and get them on the same page. Give me 1 second. All right, where we go next? Where the heck is Domino? I should look around. Okay, no sign of Jinx and Grace yet, but I know Domino's around because that's his ratty old backpack tucked away in a dark corner of the laundromat. I keep suggesting he stashes somewhere secure, maybe use Jinx's apartment as a rest stop like Grace does, but well, I don't actually own anything worth stealing is how he phrased it, I believe. My point is that he has to be lurking around here somewhere. Where does Domino normally hang out? Oh, right. Loxley mentioned to me that when he gets depressed, he can usually be found. Let's see. Yep, near the dumpsters in the alley next to Good Clean Fun. Although from his jolly old smile, he doesn't seem upset. Domino? Everything cool? Or
ooh, nice.
What a haul. What a haul. I mean, look at it. Somebody threw out a perfectly good toaster. I bet it's probably just some minor writing problem. I could fix that. And this office chair, yeah, the upholstery's all worn out and it's missing an armrest. But it's still got the seedy part. It's still good.
Color me pleasantly surprised.
Man, it's amazing what things people just throw in the garbage. So, a busted toaster and a broken chair are not garbage. When you live in poverty like I do, they're priceless treasures. Like half my furniture is from dumpster diving. I can't wait to get home and toast this ever-loving fuck out of some bread with this thing. Once I rewire it, I mean. I'm not sure using dumpster food prep appliances is safe. Bacteria are a thing. Slow down, Domino. Maybe it's easily fixed, but it could have been sitting in the trash for days. Probably soaked in some nasty stuff. You may want to disassemble it completely and sterilize the parts before you jam bread in the thing, okay? Good point, good point. You just roll a good point, sorry to Shellshock. Last thing I need right now is to be sick again and unable to go to work. They dock my pay for that. The joys of minimum wage. Hey, we're a pro team now, right? We have enough money that you could play FOD2 full-time on a team salary. Crimson Tigers ready and willing to drown us in money? How about you switch approaches and game full-time? I've been considering it.
What if...
It's a bit of a puzzle, isn't it? Taking the money means believing in this dream of yours to be world champs. Believing this can be my future. But the pragmatic side of me is screaming to not rely on that form for my survival. It could all come crashing down. Not going to let that happen. I'm locked in on this course. I'm going to make it a reality. What's more, I'm looking into getting us a team house.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Whoa. For serious? For serious. Alright. Think about it. No more dumpster diving. No more terrible jobs. Just doing the things you love. No more rooting in the trash for chairs. No more loading 16 tons in the coal mine. Just devoting yourself to what you love. Will it fall apart? None of I have anything to say about it. Join us in our new team house and we'll make our own future. You're really into this dramatic speech gimmick, aren't you? But I'll admit, I like it. I really like the sound of it. I'm not married to the idea of yoinking my own bootstraps.
Not the worst idea.
Okay, I'm on board. Let's ride this rocket ship into the sky. And if it craters, at least it'll crater on the moon, right? Besides, my current apartment is like 27% cockroach by volume. I'd be more than happy to move the hell out of there. So, where is this new happy home we're all going to occupy? Well, about that. You don't actually have one in mind yet, do you? I'm working on it with Iris, but I'm open to suggestions if you know any real estate opportunities. In this city? No. Well, if you ever get the stream off the ground, I'll be ready and waiting. Till then, I think I'd best be on my toaster repair duty. Later. With that, he tucks the busted appliance under one arm and heads back into the laundromat. Well, he's on board with the idea of a team house at least, but I'm still at square one for options. I should find the rest of the team and keep mulling this over with them. Hang on. I spy with my little eye Jinx and Grace just outside and on their way in. Good. Now we can have a full team meeting and settle this homesteading business. The idea being that if we're all under one roof, we can train our asses off and really make that push for the championship.
I vibe with it.
It's a smart idea. We'll be able to learn to function as a team in more than just a game. Plus, I'll make delicious dinners for everyone. Curious. I'm not sure if I can devote all my time to this, as I have other responsibilities, but...
As you like.
Well, I pledged my blade to the cause of the team, the best team, have I not? I'm game. Didn't have enough time to run us by Loxley. Glad to see the others filled him in. Maybe I should have asked him about that Polybius incident and what his other responsibilities are, but as long as he's willing to play ball, I guess we're fine. I don't really need to involve myself in some grand mystery on top of trying to live my normal life. That's everybody except Jinx and Grace, who are just now arriving on the scene. Once I got them all in agreement and Iris finds a home, we'll be ready to go. Hello, everyone. Sorry we're late for team practice, but this wonderful new coffee shop uptown I love, and I just had to get Jinx and a peppermint mocha. Was okay. It was okay. I thought you loved it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did love it. I just said so. Things being okay is okay. Yep, Jinx master a flat understatement. So, what's up? What are the team ups for today's practice sessions? Shame we can't fit our brand new FOD2 machine in here just yet. Be nice to have all those joysticks going at once. Actually, I got a solution to that particular problem. I got my Iris looking for team houses. A way for all of us to live under the same roof and really focus on our efforts. If we move in together, I think we can really push the best team to new heights, and everybody else is on board, so. What do you say? Sounds good? Is that good silence or bad silence?
No,
No.
not interested.
If this is about your cat, I'm taking that into account. We're searching for.
You have any idea how hard it was to set up my apartment for proper disability access? Bathroom alone costs a fortune. Dislodging me from my lodgings is... No. Not interested, no.
I had a feeling she would have said no. What about Grace? I'm assuming that, like, she would probably... I wonder if she was just wanting to see what Jinx thought. But we'll see.
And I've got...
Oh.
I mean, I can't just move out of my home.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't, I'm sorry. I can't. It's not really that it's a terrible idea, but I just can't. And
Grace, it's okay. Don't have to apologize or justify yourself. Besides, good, clean fun is our home, not leaving our arcade. It's our arcade. And not interested in sitting around some bungalow grinding FOD2 in the dark.
Hey, we have proper lighting. And it's, no, I mean, I was planning to find a place near GCF so we can keep coming here.
Don't care. I'm out. Grace is out. If we're not practicing today, I'm going home. Later.
Without leaving me any chance of objecting, storms off to the elevator in the laundromat area and head up to her place.
I'm sorry. I can't. I can't right now.
Oh. And being extremely eager to not continue this confrontation, Grace turns and leaves, fortunately headed to the pizzeria rather than exit the building entirely. Okay, so this is a setback.
Inevitability.
And again, the universe never fails to disappoint. I had suspected Grace may be reluctant, but that was an unusually strong reaction. Well, Coach, what's your plan for fixing this one? Let's see. I'm sure if I could find the perfect place for both of them, we can make this work. I said I was going to find a home that works for everyone, and I meant it. We won't proceed forward without that. There's no reason for anyone to be upset. I just need to figure out what they both need. Very rational, very reasonable. Except people aren't always rational and reasonable. I suggest you talk it over with them, one-on-one. Grace does not deal well with group peer pressure, notably. Loxley's right, and whoever you don't choose, I can chat with the other one. Keep things low-key and friendly. I'm sure we can work this out.
This is messy.
I am kind of miserably bad at touchy-feely. I'll stay out of this one. Let you fine folks do your thing.
Sure.
No worries, Zap. Leave it to me. So, Shellshock, who do you want to talk with? I'm gonna go talk to Grace. I'll talk it over with Grace. Try to figure out why she's upset by the idea of moving. Solid plan. Good luck. Crossing through the laundromat area, I reach the restaurant and spot Grace fidgeting a corner booth, her usual corner booth away from any hustle and bustle. Obviously, she's troubled by something, so I should play this carefully and with kindness. I approach calmly and considerably. Grace? Oh, hi. Do you want to talk? I can come back later if you don't. Entirely up to you. No pressure. She sighs, trying to release some sort of tension before continuing. I should probably explain why I'm so nervous about this, shouldn't I? Like I said, only if you want to. No, I want to. It's unfair of me to just mumble a negative and run for the darkest corner to hide. Have a seat. I slide into the booth in the seat across from her. I'm not objecting to the idea.
Ooh.
Actually,
I like it.
I really like the idea. I think it'd be a lot of fun living with everyone and enjoying games together. It'd be really wonderful. I could share my game collection. We could stay up late and eating ice cream and doing each other's hair and... okay. Maybe not that last part, but you get the idea, right? But I think I'll go with this one. It'll be a perpetual pajama party. We also need to work as a team. It wouldn't be a perpetual... Not saying it won't be fun, but there's also a lot of hard work on the horizon. We need to train hard together as a team for the Pro Tour too. Oh, I know. I'm looking forward to that part. I like to be focused on one task at a time. Really hyper-focused, whether it's training or partying.
That sounds great.
And by living in a team house, we'll have time for both. Instead of these meetups at GCF, where we have to focus on practice because we only have a few hours together. So, if you're so in love with the idea, why did you panic and run away at the thought of it? Almost immediately, her outburst of joy dampens down some.
I'm not sure I can just leave my home. Thing is, I live at my family's estate. I grew up there. I've never lived anywhere else. And even though I'm an adult, capable of making my own decisions, I don't know. I don't feel like I can just pull up stakes and leave my family like that.
You're supporting them? They hate you?
Kind of the opposite. I'm the youngest in the family. All my brothers and sisters are business moguls, technology experts, success stories. And here I am, the little girl who plays video games.
Oh.
They think of me as aimless, tinkering with the children's game nobody will ever want to play. They're not happy with my decisions.
I'm hearing perfectly good reasons to leave. Not to stay.
How do you think they'll react if I say, Mom and Dad, I want to move into an overcrowded house with a bunch of unemployed 20-somethings and play games all day long? I don't think they'd let me leave. They'd see it as more foolishness, on top of the foolishness I'm already involved in. If I leave, it's going to be a fight. They'll yell. They'll tell me I'm throwing my life away. It's going to be a huge, big, loud, angry mess. I just can't face that. It terrifies me. I can't. So I probably shouldn't. I shouldn't join you at the team house. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm debating on what to say because the last one I don't think is a good way to go about it. But I'm kind of iffy on all three of them. Like, I'm iffy on the second one because while yes, it's a good gesture to say that, but it might come off as a little bit hollow unless it's followed up. But it's tricky. So this is what I'm going to do. Here's the deal. I'm going to save. I want to see what response I get from this one first. And depending on what it is, if I'm satisfied with it, I'll keep going. If not, I'll load and do another response. You just said you're an adult, capable of making your own decisions. Sounds to me like you already decided what you want. So fight back. Tell them where to stick it. This is your life to lead, not theirs. Choose your own direction. She bites her lip, my forceful confidence not exactly bolstering her own in turn.
Are you sure about that?
I wish I could. I'm not as strong as you, Shell Shock. The idea of it just makes me feel like I'm made of jelly. If only it were that easy. It is that easy. You made your choice and stick with it. Will they be mad? Probably. But it sounds like they're pretty much universally unhappy with you. Anyway, what's more on the pile? Don't let this stop you from finding happiness, Grace. Stand up. With a long sigh, she sinks further into her seat. You're right. I just know you're completely right about this. I just need to do it. Like tearing off a band-aid, right? Do it quickly, get it over with. That's the spirit. You can do this. You're stronger than you think. I hope you're right about that.
Okay.
I want to join you all, and I want to live with my friends. Yes, I'll do it. I'll join the team house. Great. 3 cheers for team, the best team at a new home. Hip hip hooray! So, where are we going to be living exactly? I haven't decided yet. Honestly, I've had Iris looking for places to stay for days and no luck finding the perfect place. And now, with Jinx flat out refusing to join us, well...
Aww.
Oh, I know what's going on there. She's uncomfortable making us adapt a new home to her disability. It's costly to renovate a place for her. Well, we have the money. So I got us a sponsor. It's more than you'd think, Shell Shock, even with sponsor money. But why pay for something when you already have something that works perfectly? Huh? What do you mean, Grace? Why don't we get the apartment right next to Jinx's and merge the two into a pseudo house? That way she doesn't have to move. Just take on some roomies. We can just do that? Are there vacancies above Good Clean Fun? Wait, why did my iris find them for me already? Oh, Jinx's siblings own the building and usually only rents to low-income or elderly locals. But if we talk it over with them, explain our situation, well, that solves a lot of problems, right? I mean, if you want to find something elsewhere, I'm sure we could. No. It's perfect. It's perfect. This is... Wow. That's better than anything I could have hoped for. The renewed burst of hope and optimism sweeps us both up, awash in smiles. In other words, we'll still probably not the best time to ask her about the whole Polybius Iris connection. No need to torpedo this good mood. It'll have to wait. I still need to talk this over with Jinx, convince her to let us into her life as a compromise in return for not needing to move. And arrange meetings and make phone calls and confront my parents. But I'm sure it'll all be fine. And we can keep playing at Good Clean Fun. Our arcade stays our home. And the best part of all, we can still play Good Clean Fun. It's just one elevator ride away. Exactly. Our home is our home in every sense of the word. I'm very resistant to change, I know. And this is probably not helping me totally break away from comfortable routine.
Woohoo!
But who cares? Our arcade. It's awesome.
Okay.
I'll head upstairs and talk it over with Jinx. We'll let you know when we got a meeting arranged to try and rent the apartment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you joined us. I'm so glad I could be your friend. Grace and I left the pizzeria with her departing to visit Jinx and me departing to join up with the rest of the crew. While we took turns destroying each other in FOD2, Jinx and Grace chatted. By the end of the day, both were on board with an idea. I could have sworn I even saw the hint of a smile on Jinx's face. A wave of relief washed over me, feeling like the hard part was over. Now we just have to make the proper arrangements. A small first step in the right direction. As the evenings progressed, calls were placed, meetings were arranged, and surprisingly, Jinx's familial landlord agreed to meet with me the next day. All I need to do was get through one good night's rest and we'd be on our way to a team house. A certain victory in its own sense of home. Our home. These feelings kept me nice and warm and snuggled in my bed as I drifted off to sleep. Huh? The crown will be yours if you kneel and accept that the crown will be yours if you kneel and accept that the crown will be yours if you kneel and accept that the crown will be yours if you kneel and accept that the crown will be yours and kneel and accept. Oof. Oof. Beep, beep. Well, I jolted upright, nearly falling out of the bed, but catching myself just in time. The sunlight peeking in through the slats in my window blinds stunned me momentarily. It's morning already? Beep, beep. Shell shock. Good morning. Yeah, a 10 a.m. appointment with Jian Ye. I try to rub the sleep out of my eyes, but my left hand is all cramped up for some reason, which does little to help. Who? Jian who? Jinx's sibling, the landlord of the GCF building. Right. I got a shower, fell asleep in my clothes again. That's why I woke you up early, so you'll have plenty of time. Are you okay? You seemed a bit unsettled. I'm fine, Iris. Everything is fine. Great. Now, let's get moving. The best team needs a home. Little by little, I put myself together, getting ready to face the day. And little by little, I forget the nightmare I've been having ever since that night at Hamza's tournament. It's gone by the time I hit the subway platform. I arrived at the designated meeting place, the Good and Clean Fun Pizzeria, with only a minute or 3 to spare. Jinx is already here, waving me over from the corner booth Grace usually favors, although Grace isn't here.
Hey,
it's almost time. I know. Sorry for almost being late. Is Grace joining us? Nah, high-stress business transactions and errors aren't her thing. High stress? How much of a hard ass is your sibling anyway? I'll let you figure that one out for yourself. No hints? No tips and tricks? Not my race to run. You're in the driver's seat. I'm just here for the free zao while you squirm. Here, have one. Jian's paying. With a shrug, I reach over to the offered dish and fetch a slice of Veggie Lover's Ultimate Super Deluxe Extreme, a Ben and Matt specialty. Vegan's not my ideal. I gnaw my meat fresh off the bone, ideally. But Jian's super into healthy eating, and exercise, and yoga. So, someone who's incredibly centered and confident and strong and healthy and ready to tear me from limb in real negotiation? You'll see. Well, I've come to kick ass at myself, and I'm not going to be intimidated by Jian, no matter how high and mighty they carry themselves. And they're right behind me, aren't they? A stern-looking individual looming large behind me, having somehow silently snuck up, slides a business card across the table before sitting down. MX Jian Yet, Chinatown Investment Opportunities, LLC, as it says on the card. Look at that subtle off-white coloring, the tasteful thickness of it. Oh my god, it even has a watermark. Let's make this fast. There's 3 units on the 5th floor with water damage, and I'm directing work crews. I'm a hands-on real estate manager. I want to be up there supervising those efforts, not taking meetings all day. Right. They look me over, from the dropping slice of veggie pizza to my nervous expression, evaluating me, much like Jinx tends to do, in fact. So you're one of those gamers Jinx hangs out with. Yes, that's me. A gamer is what I am, and I am they. And now, you want to combine my little sister's apartment into the one next door to make a, how does she put it, team house? Yes, that's the plan. Also, she can play video games all day, allegedly getting paid for it. I have to say, MX Primo, I have my doubts. They know my last name. They know my soul. I'm doomed. You may not be aware of this, but my family owns this particular chunk of Chinatown. We've owned it for generations. I'm the one who ultimately owns Good Clean Fun. Ben and Matt operate it so I can focus on other affairs. I own the apartments. I own the corner bodega. I'm trying to preserve the character of Chinatown, MX Primo, in the face of pressures from far larger developers than I. I don't have time to be distracted by wild goose chases and esports dreams. So, what exactly can you possibly say to convince me I shouldn't have you thrown out of my building? Okay. Be convincing. Beep, beep. This is an intense identity situation. You can only pick a response that matches your top 2 personality traits. Your sister and I share a common dream, to play games together with all of our friends. We have a dream, MX, yeah. A dream we all share, as a team, bound by friendship, to play games together and reach for the championship. But if we're going to make that dream come true, we better need to be able to practice together, becoming better and better friends. And for that, the next step is to gather together and live in a team house. Xian's impassive expression does not change in the slightest. So, if you love your sister, no, not implying you don't love her, just trying to say, what I'm trying to say is, Xian raises one hand to stop me. Eric's Primo, I have only one thing to say to your very generous offer. It's a no. It's gonna be a no. Of course I'd be happy to rent you to you and your friends, you silly goose. That's not the response I was expecting. Wow, okay. Not what I expected, okay. James just won't stop talking about how super cool you and your friends are. You make her happy, and well, anything that makes my dear sister happy makes me happy too. I've actually decided to rent the apartment to you before I even sat down. I just wanted to see you squirm a bit first. It was adorable. I hate when people make me squirm for amusement. That's actually a pet peeve of mine. People do that to me just for amusement. Because there's a lot, when it comes to conversations, especially serious conversations and negotiations, the thing about it is that like I would absolutely love to just have a discussion, a very serious discussion from start to finish, and just to see me squirm like that, like if there was a deal that I wanted and it got to the point where they decided to mess with me just for their amusement and then say that they accept me, I'll be like, I actually would be that guy. I'll be like, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm leaving. I would just walk out, leave, never look back. It's one thing to joke around, but if all you're going to do is try to make it sound like it's extremely hard for me to get whatever it is that I'm trying to achieve, then you play with my emotions like that, and then all of a sudden, like, it's like, oh, I was always gonna give this to you. I just wanted to see how you react. And I'll be like, I would actually be that guy and be like, take this shit and shove it up your fucking ass. I would actually just walk away and leave. Never look back. So, I hate when people play with my emotions like that. I hate when people just mess with me, because I've had this happen to me a lot in my life. So many people would like play with my emotions and they try to make it sound like I'm not gonna get this or that, or something happens or whatever, and then all of a sudden they start acting normal after saying like, oh, I fool you. I don't mind joking, but I don't do this shit. If I've ever done this shit in the past, I'm not doing this shit now because it's stupid. It makes no sense to do it. I don't understand why. Please, if anyone has any like justification as to why anybody thinks that messing with people like that is a good idea, like, I like to know. I'm sorry, but I'm actually kind of heated about this. This is just not okay whatsoever. Like, why just go out of your way to play with someone's emotions like that? Like, I don't get it. I honestly just don't get it. Like, because I feel like this is like a example of joking, like when you joke around and you actually have gone too far. I feel like that's a point where it goes too far. Like, I'm sure for some other people, they may be okay with it. It's different for some other people. For me, I'm not really okay with it. I'm not. When you've had this happen to you multiple times in your life, it's really hard to take people seriously like that. All right, but I digress. Rant over. Let's continue on.
Nice.
That should have seen that expression on your face, Shell Shock. I blink once, then twice, my face frozen. Shell Shock? Excuse me a moment, restarting my heart. I repeatedly smack a fist against my chest to resume normal cardiac operations. So, we're good? You'll rent the place next to Jenkins' apartment to team the best team? Crimson Tiger's willing to pay the deposit if that's an issue? Absolutely. I'll rent it to you. I like you. I like your friends. But I think we need to adjust our strategy a bit first. To make things easier on Jinx, I'd like to suggest installing a connecting door and making 2 units into one whole. That way, everything's under one single renting contract, and I'll need a month to arrange proper permits and the work route, but all in all, I think we can do this. Ah, okay then, that's great. Wonderful. Heck, I bet you're so happy with this that you'd be willing to rent us to us for free. No. Yeah, don't push your luck. Okay. They slide out of the door, side of the booth, adjusting well-tailored clothes to make themselves proper and presentable once more. You'll be able to move in 30 days from now. Jinx mentioned you used an iris? Excellent. My iris will contact your iris and work out the logistics. A pleasure doing business with you, MX Primo.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. Just too much fun to let John play with you, like a cat with a laser pointer. 1 month. We can have an in-arcade practice sessions until then. Everyone will need that time to arrange their own adult-type paperwork responsibilities anyway. And then the best team will have a new home. The months slid by quickly enough. We gathered for a few hours at GCF's arcade to train in and around various side jobs the team held, taking commuting time into account. Honestly, scheduling is a bit messy. I'm looking forward to using sponsor money to get as many team salaries going as we can to eliminate that problem. But today's the day, moving day. Trucks pull up in front of the building now and then, offloading what meager few possessions we have to haul up to apartments 108 and 109. Or, as they shall henceforth be known, the best team HQ. Headquarters sounds way cooler than Team House anyway. Probably best to stay out of the way and let the movers work. Just chill in the arcade for the afternoon. Let Gian wrangle the logistics. So, who wanted to hang out with while waiting for our headquarters to be made presentable? Time for pizza. I'll also check in with Ben and Matt. Everybody's favorite pizza slinging couple flagged me down as I entered the pizzeria, ready to serve up my favorite triangular food.
Hello.
Hello.
Look at you, putting together a home sweet home for all your friends. Emphasis on sweet. A sweet, sweet gesture from a sweetie pie. It's not that sweet. This is just what pro teams do when it's time to get serious. Right. Keep telling yourself it's all cool and professional. Business, ambition, management, macroeconomics. And living alongside the money that matters, you'll be living with your friends. Can't think of a better arrangement.
Good.
Why? Ben's my best friend in the whole world, and I live with him. It's true. Both the friendship and the homeowner status. Well, we rent technically. Speaking of renting, Gian mentioned they hired you to run this place, but I thought you two own good, clean fun. Co-ownership. We manage the nitty-gritty, they manage the bigger picture. We're hired guns, here to support Chinatown as best as we can. Gian's an old friend, back from when I was taking night classes in company management. Ben and I know a thing or two about running hybrid businesses, so when Gian mentioned a need for a multi-purpose community center to provide basic services, well, we suggested this enterprise: food, fun, and laundry. Well, it all worked out. People are always coming in and out. It's a nice communal place, even if the smells sometimes cross-examinate. That it is, Shellshock. And you yourself will be having a communal area now, for you and your friends. Too true. You live in your new home, surrounded by those closest to you. Living in close quarters, elbow to elbow, nice and cozy, privately. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Right?
Ha!
Never know what might happen in that sort of environment, eh? Are you insinuating something?
Insinuating? No. Yes.
What Matt is trying to say, I believe, is that there's a good chance romantic antics could break out in such a situation. Not that we're suggesting you had uncouth motives in assembling this arrangement, just that, well, things happen, you know?
Well, I mean, who knows? It's not something I'm actively on the hunt for, but if something happens, it happens. First and foremost, I just wanted to get my friends together.
Exactly. And a good friendship is the first step towards romance.
Trust me, before I met Ben, I tried diving straight into romance with total strangers, dating websites and the like. Results were mixed at best, and then I realized the love of my life was right under my nose. Literally, he sat one row down from me in economics class.
We're not saying you have to flirt it up with a friend, but it might be a good place to start. Look, you're in a great situation for that now. You're far more likely to find someone if you already know you can live with them and not murder them in their sleep.
That does stand to reason, I guess.
Heck, all the classic romances didn't launch immediately into the lovey-dovey. Consider the great works of romantic literature. Sam and Diane,
Monica and Chandler,
Niles and Daphne,
Mulder and Scully,
Jonathan and Charlotte.
Ooh, also Jerry and George.
Not sure about that last one, Matt.
You have your canon and I have mine, Ben.
Admittedly, we strictly interpret the universe of human relationships through the lens of 90s television sitcoms.
Wait, The X-Files was a sitcom?
The show certainly got laughable as time went on.
Okay, I get it. I watch plenty of shows, sitcoms, or otherwise to know what I want in terms of love. But why the old birds and the bees pep talk from you two, specifically?
Well, is there anyone you've got your eye on? Not committing to anything, no, but call me curious. Who tickles your fancy?
Oh, I see. You're just trying to get me to spill the tea. Bingo. Ben and Matt sheepishly grin. I guess it makes sense. They've been watching all of us interact day in and day out. And if I had their vantage point, I'd be asking those questions in my head too. Fine. Consider it spelled. Sapper is a high-energy 24/7 party. I'm into that. Sapper, absolutely Zapper. She's like this wild ball of energy that blows away everyone in her wake. And I'm into that. Keeping up with her may be a bit tricky, or could possibly land you in jail. But sure, party hard, my good friend. Don't worry, I'm sure she won't crash and burn when you're aboard. Just to all things balance. Thanks for the advice, you two. Happy to help. And here's your lunch, literal food for thought. I pay for my delicious meal and settle into my favorite booth. You know it's my favorite because it's almost molded to my butt because of how often I sit here. And I can barely believe it. Soon, very soon, I'll be living with all my friends under one roof. I should be nervous, but I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it, and I suspect for reasons beyond improving our FOD2 skills. I've been living alone until now. Content to be alone, or so I told myself. Tonight, all that changes. My thoughts return to much more current ones as I polish off the rest of my pizza, and I'm ready to get back into things. Alright, so let's go to Lightning Ball and Aliens. Sapper and Lockstick seems to be arguing about something.
I must protest.
Which is why they should have done nothing. Now they're de facto approving of evil itself.
Are you kidding me?
What else do you expect them to do? Hold hands to sing Kumbaya? Wrong place, wrong time for that sort of thing. Okay, I'm walking into a heated debate. May need to step in here if Zapper starts getting abusive. She's learning self-control, but I promise that I intervene if anything goes wrong. Fortunately, my rival draws her attention. Hey, Shellshock, Loxley's being an overly optimistic dreamer again.
This is messy.
Loxley, my dude, I get that in a perfect world, everything would be super cool and he could say anything he wants, but this ain't that. Nor will it be. Unless those with power are willing to step up and embrace empathy rather than avarice. Okay, may as well hurl myself directly into oblivion and ask, what are you two arguing about? It's less of an argument and more of a clash of perspective. Mine being sensible and his being idealistic. I'm perfectly fine with being called idealistic. Back up a bit and start again. I just got here. Fine. Loxley, you first. Yesterday, an esports competitor was being interviewed after a major tournament win, and his victory speech he declared, "Free XXX, revolution now." And the game's publisher promptly banned them from play for 6 months and fired the person interviewing him for allowing it. Which sucks. I'm not arguing it doesn't suck. It's an all-around pile of suck. But the ban came down because it's a gaming event is the wrong place for politics. It's like experiencing nuance on face wall, and the guy signed the contract agreeing to that. The contract wording was intentionally vague, and I doubt the company would punish him if he said the USA rules, which, might I add, is also a political statement.
I disagree, my friend.
No. This is clearly fear of reprisal from the government of XXX, which is simultaneously a huge gaming market and a despotic regime. I know exactly what this is about, or at least something like it. Just talking about Triple X negatively is a good way to get punished, with corporations climbing into bed with them on a daily basis. Loxley's right about that. I wouldn't want to mention Triple X specifically by name, just to be on the safe side.
Nah.
This isn't about Triple X. It's about games and keeping the focus on games, not politics. All discourse is political, my friend. Games are art and therefore political.
Ugh.
Not this again. Look, I'm not sitting here fucking Triple X's dick, okay? I don't like what they've been doing any more than you do. And hell, that publisher is run by abusive patriarchal fucksticks. I'm not playing cheerleader for anyone here. But expecting a video game company to do anything other than get out of the way of that oncoming freight train is absurd. It's not their place to start an international incident. And when I sit down to play a game, I just want to play a game, you know? I don't play those games that are thinly veiled military recruitment campaigns either. I want game storefronts to yank obvious propaganda games. I want racist trolls out of the community. Keep things welcoming for everyone by keeping politics out. The problem with that is the fact that the majority of the people who get angry when like people talk about politics are the same people that will bring politics into everything in a way where it benefits them. Case in point, pretty much everything that's going on right now. But my thing is that I'm not, like anyone that knows me, I'm not the biggest fan of the current government whatsoever. I think it's awful. But at the same time, if I need to speak out about it, I will. And if people don't like that, well, the only thing I'll say is this. You pretty much just never cared about my own personal interest in the first place. You only care about yourself. But I digress. I can go on and on about this too.
A bit concerning.
And who
right?
decides what's political and what isn't? That's the rub. I feel someone needs to stand up, or this is just going to happen again and again. And as a member of the gaming community, I like it to be us. Because I've seen shit like this happen a lot of times. There are people who have, there have been times where, there have been people who were a part of different, movements, but they left because they had to educate themselves just to know exactly, what exactly, they should be fighting for and what they shouldn't be. It's also important for those of us who have platforms of privilege from which to speak that we use them boldly against the evils of the world. But we've both ranted enough, haven't we? Considering Shellshock is our acting manager, Cat Wrangler, I'm curious how they would interpret the situation. Just in case I feel like, I don't know, making scary political statements after the best team wins the Pro Tour. Holy shit, people, you're dumping this on me now? No worries, I support my friends. I respect your wishes on this matter, regardless of what they are. Yeah, my loyalty, that will always come first. Yeah, let's not back Shellshock into a corner on this one. I'm cool with whatever you decide to. So, do you think it's reasonable to disallow politics at a gaming event, or is it reprehensible to silence them? It's reasonable. Like it or not, gaming companies are expected to provide neutral ground wherever possible. Even though, it's reprehensible, people should take a stand for what they believe in without fear of punishment. It's reasonable and reprehensible. Can't imagine it goes down any other way, but we don't have to approve the results. I'm not getting to this right now. I'll go with this one. See what happens. Look, this isn't a question of idealism. It's pragmatism. Expecting a multinational game corporation to make political stands absurd. That's not their place. They have to keep things as neutral as possible, as welcoming as possible. Excuse me. To keep the community growing. Dapper's right. This isn't about Triple X. It's about public-facing presentation of events. Denounce Triple X all you want on your own time, and if they went after the guy for talking smack on Twitter or Facewall, I agree with it being overreach. But at a corporate event, no. Leave that at the door. Exactly. Hell, I retweet Triple X protesters all the time, but I'm not going to rant about it while at a Pro Tour event.
An unsound notion, I'm afraid.
I suppose it's a valid perspective. Not one I agree with, but I see why you feel this way. Very well. As Zapper suggests, I keep my activism clandestine rather than trouble the best team with it. That's all I ask. Off the clock, do you. Oh, I plan to do it myself, as it were. Living with y'all is going to be interesting, at least, especially with Loxley and I under one roof. I promise not to start any fights, though. Team cohesion above all else. Flat out, I'm specifically bunking with Rhapsody, though. Likewise, I promise to remain cordial and not allow different viewpoints to tear the best team apart. It wouldn't be fair to Shellshock or anyone else. So 3 cheers for Team the Best Team HQ. Long may it stand. Hip hip hooray! Smiles and a good cheer all around. But also a bit of a reminder that I'm in charge of keeping some very, very different people all focused on the same goal. More responsibility than I asked for, more than I wanted. But I can do this for the sake of all my friends. Okay, anybody else I should talk with before moving in? Let's go over here. Let's do the flower. Rhapsody is just hanging out in the laundry area upon first glance. But as I approach them, I see Rhapsody watching the movers with an attentive eye, senses glued to the people moving our box goods. I had Iris check several moving companies for me, and these ones were the best. No moving accidents in over a year. Are you worried they're going to throw your stuff around?
Nah.
Not exactly. I just want to ensure my belongings make it to the new home without any trouble. I have a lot of very important items in those boxes. I'd be heartbroken if something happened to them. And I really have nothing else I can do right now, right? I was packed up. Now that I think about it, actually, I guess I was a bit worried. You sensed it before I could. You're really getting in tune with all of us and our feelings, aren't you, Shellshock? 1 second. Alright. It's what a good friend and manager and cat herder does, but no need to worry, Rhapsody. I'm not worried, so you should be worried. Just think of how grand this will be, all of us friends living together. Think of all the training and all the laughs that'll be had. Everything from here on out is going to be perfect. Mostly. What do you mean, mostly?
Might work.
I do enjoy your very gung-ho attitude about everything. It makes me hopeful in turn. But oblivious optimism is not the smartest way to approach this. Whilst most times will be just dandy, there will also certainly be issues. You need to be prepared for that. What if Zap and I have an argument over the lack of peace and quiet in our room? What if Loxley and Domino can't agree on how cluttered they keep their space? What if Grace and Jake start fighting over rent? How will you deal with those tumultuous episodes when they arise? We're all adults, we can communicate. It's not like I haven't thought about this. Of course, sometimes we won't get along. This isn't some happy, idealistic bubble I'm living in. But I also know that we're all capable adults. On top of that, we're all friends. We know how to talk to each other. We just have to have an open floor from the start and be able to share our feelings with each other. Honestly, understanding and willingness to listen is the cocktail for success. And that's the drink you're serving. I'll gladly slurp up that mix. Thanks. Gross. Rhapsody takes a deep breath and a moment to mull over my words. They seem hesitant but wanted to continue this conversation. 1 second. Yeah, we're still looking for Team House. I don't mean to overstep, Shell Shock. I live firsthand with this experience, and sometimes it gets ugly. You mean when you lived with Team P2W? Rhapsody nods, a slight sadness in his smile. No matter how cheery and great it seems at first, there are things you can't possibly know about those who you were moving in with. We all have our secrets, and P2W certainly had theirs. I didn't realize how awful they were until I lived with them. When I first joined, I merely thought their haughtiness was all an act. Most of us tend to inflate our personalities when we're in spotlight, and I thought it was all for show. But as we know, it's not.
That's not a good look.
I saw them harass and abuse others in the community. Constantly, winning is all that mattered to them, and they did everything and anything to do so. Sabotage and manipulation were always on the table with them. And no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, I had the means to win. I had the resources at my fingertips. I was surrounded by the best. I could have won, really won. But yeah, we're looking for Team House right now, Lemon. But in the end, I just couldn't deal with it. Wait, I thought you said they kicked you out. They did. After I gave up emotionally, my skills and performance tanked, the harassment turned to me, thinking it would inspire me to do better.
It was my fault.
I didn't. And eventually they officially removed me. I constantly think, what if? What if I'd stayed? What if I'd just done something? Would that change anything? Sure, what if you end up winning? Maybe. Maybe you could have stayed and won, but then what? Do you think that if you had stayed in that house that you would be here now? Would team the best team? Maybe. I think as much as you wish that, deep in your heart, you know you wouldn't be the same. That kind of attitude warps people. I know because my friend Glim Oscar joined P2W and I can see him slowly changing. I don't even think he sees it. So if you had stayed with P2W, you wouldn't be the great friend I know now.
I see your point.
Yeah, you're right. That makes a lot of sense. More sense than I like to admit. Regardless, I'm done dwelling on the past for now. I have new things to focus my energy on. I need to elevate my skills in FOD2. It's not just about your performance. The joys of FOD2 is that you always have a partner. Doubles, yes, that's true. It's been singles all my life. I've never tried to achieve greatness as a doubles team.
What if we switch it up?
This new game brings new challenges. Maybe if I can't do it alone, I can reach success with a friend. You're not alone, Rhapsody. Our success is your success. We'll all work together to win. And I promise we won't be a reflection of your experience at P2W's Team House. That's a relief. I'm glad to not have that stress. Yeah, that's the spirit. You won't need to escape from us. Unless we all turn into zombies, then you should run. Definitely run. I'd like to get my brain, yes? Thanks for talking to me about all this. I think we're going to have a great time living together. I think so too. Rhapsody's eyes dart away from me and return to the movers. Oh, that's my casting equipment in that box, Shellshock. Need to make sure that things get up to the apartment without any hitches. I nod in understanding as Rhapsody jumps up and helps the movers with the doors. Reflecting briefly on my conversation with Rhapsody, sure, there will be tough times ahead. I know all of us working together should be able to conquer anything before us. I trust this team. Trust in us. Speaking of us, I should see what the rest of us are up to right now. Hang on, the sun has already gone down. Why the heck haven't we moved in yet? I'd say we're burning daylight, but we're fresh out. Beep, beep, Shellshock, you have an incoming message from Jinx. Hey there, Gina's trying to get our arcade game working and running into problems. Any idea how to boot a custom arcade PC? Real messed up here right now. Huh? It's just a PC in a fancy wooden box? I thought arcade games were all specialized hardware. Retro games, yes. Modern ones tend to use the off-the-shelf components. Want me to reply to her? Oh wait, I got another message for you, this time for Grace. I could use a hand moving my game collection. Can you take the subway to 23rd Street Station? Moving these boxes myself was proving difficult. I don't think I could ever leave any of them hanging. Rhapsody could easily get an FOD2 machine going. They're a computery type person, like you. And I'm sure Loxley would be more than happy to carry some boxes for Grace. So, who should I send where? I'll go help Grace move her game collection. Rhapsody will lend Jinx a hand. Iris, can you message Rhapsody? Ask them to head upstairs and fix up our FOD2. I'm going uptown to help Grace.
Okay.
You got it, Shellshock. The apartment will be ready to go by the time you get back. Tucking my phone back in my pocket, I head out the doors of GCF and off to the subway. With half the city packing it in for the day and the other half getting ready for the night ahead, it's a fairly crowded train ride up ahead to 23rd Street. I rarely go uptown. Not much point. That's where all the finance and businesses hubbub goes down. And while the rich establish their legacies, guess this is where Grace used to live. In her family's manor house. A manor house in the middle of the city being pretty damn weird to boot. But while I'm expecting to get further directions from the tram station to meet her at her home, she's actually at the station and waiting for me. Along with 4 giant cardboard boxes packed to the brim with plastic cartridges. Honestly, it's a miracle I managed to carry them all myself, but when I get to the turnstile, well, I realized I couldn't do this on my own.
Thanks a bunch.
Thanks for coming by, Shellshock. Moving things is so much easier with a helper. The old game console carts shifting around in my box as the subway rattles around menacingly are a bit worrying. Hopefully the rough ride isn't damaging them. Why didn't you use the moving service we hired? Everyone else did. I don't get it. We hired movers to help with stuff like this, Grace. They could have packed up and relocated your whole collection for you. Iris sent a sign-up sheet around to the whole team, but you didn't sign up for anything. Why not? Really not a bother, honest. I figured I wouldn't want to trouble anyone. Easier under the circumstances to take them myself, right? Besides, these are my babies. I can't trust them to just anyone. I guess you wanted to focus on your games first and foremost, right? Clothes, furniture, other knickknacks can come later. I already kept some of my clothes at Jinx's place. That's all I really need. I live digitally, not physically. Well, okay, so old video games are a bit more physical and plasticky than pure digital, but you get the idea. This is odd. Everyone else, excluding Domino, had oodles of stuff to move over to the new apartments. And given what I already know about Grace's living situation, I think I have a guess why. Grace, level with me, okay? Give me one moment. Oh, good. Saribot actually got rid of one of those spots. It is not up for movie trucks to show up at your house. You aren't taking any stuff other than your game collection. It's almost like you're sneaking out of your family home. I left a note. Left a note to say you're moving away from home.
I don't like confrontations.
I didn't want a huge confrontation. There'd be yelling, demands, and they all put all sorts of guilt on me. And I just want to quietly slip out, not be a bother to anyone, not stir up any trouble. I don't need any stuff from my home. All I need are the games I love, and if they get mad, well, I can deal with that later, right? Family drama alert, we have reached DEFCON 5. Whoop whoop, awooga! But what's done is done. We got to finish the move into the new headquarters, and clearly she's uncomfortable talking about it. I can help her deal with the fallout later, but now I should at least try to keep her in good cheer. So how many games are in those boxes anyway? Let's see, about 200 NES carts, 100 SNES carts, and Sega Genesis carts. About 100 loose discs for the Sega Dreamcast, PlayStation, and the Atari XLX. I would put the loose discs in like certain cases. Plus a few mint rares and some prototypes. I got a box Stadium Events and a World Championship grade card. Wow. Stadium Events, that's a rare one. I even got a rare ET prototype for Atari 2600, which was totally awful. Thank goodness they fixed it before release, right? That sounds valuable. Old and valuable.
Of course.
Yep, I curate my collection very carefully. I didn't have enough space in the storage unit for too many games, so I only picked the ones I really wanted. It took years scouring the collector's scene for the games I wanted, but it's more or less complete now. I mean, I'm always tweaking and tuning the archive a little. Wait, you kept it all in the storage unit, not your bedroom? And Grace's good cheer wobbles a little.
Well, I mean, I wasn't technically allowed to. My parents saw video games as a waste of time. I wasn't allowed to own a video game console. They barely tolerate my little portable one because I insisted it's more of a computer than a game system, thanks to my extensive modifications. So, I keep my stuff off-site, away from their disapproving glares. But now, I can keep it at Jinx's place. She doesn't mind at all, and even lets me hook up some of my old consoles there. And even better, I can share these wonderful games with everyone else. I know our focus is on arcade games, FOD2, yeah, but also Zappers, Lycan games, and domino shooters. But I hope I can show you all the love I have for these cute little toys from days gone by. Back when all you needed was a gamepad, a best friend, and a TV to live your best life.
Yep. She shifts her grip on the heavy box, arms growing a bit weary, despite her high spirits carrying her along. I'll admit that sort of good cheer is infectious. I know about as much about console games as I do arcade games, but I know passion when I hear it. I know how you feel. I love PC games, but I'm the only one on the team who does. It's difficult, being completely in love with a thing, but feeling alone in that love. I mean, look at me, I'm a PC gamer at heart. For me, at heart, I've always been a console gamer. Just take a look at my collection right here. Like, I have, like... Alright, so... To sum everything up, this side right here has NES, N64, the PS1, and Saturn games that are within, like, their cases, like the jewel case holder, like one of those like CD case holder, whatever. Over there, the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis in the bottom right on this brown shelf. Over here, there's 3DS games, and then there's DS games right there. Right here is the PlayStation Central. There's PS1, PS2, PS3. I don't have PS4, PS5. Then down there, there's Wii and Wii U in the bottom of that shelf right there. Then there's GameCube, and then there's a tin being blocked by my Coral Pink Switch dock. Inside that Pokemon tin, there's Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games, all sitting inside there. And then the rest of that Switch. So at some point, I'm gonna figure out where I'm gonna be putting the Switch 2 games, because I'm more likely not gonna be putting the Switch 2 games with my Switch 1 games. I'm gonna be separating them. So I'll figure out where I'm gonna put them at. Because there are consoles that I would like to collect. Like, I mean, I feel like my Super Nintendo collection is almost complete. There's only a few games I'm missing that I would like to have. Chrono Trigger is one of them. Final Fantasy VI, Secret of Mana. I would also like to get, in terms of like the major wants that I don't have, Demon's Crest is another one I will like. I know Mega Man X2 X3 and Mega Man 7 are going to be pricey, so I don't know if I'll ever get those. I only have X1, but I would love to have all of them. I could talk your ear off about every single step to beating King's Quest V, every single Moon Logic puzzle, becoming the Avatar in Ultima, taking down the Kirati in Wing Commander, but everyone would just sort of look at me funny if I did so. They didn't grow up with these games like I did. Scouring websites for abandonware, the occasional bit of piracy, whatever it took to dig deeper and deeper into my hobby's roots. All for the love of the game. And Grace gets a wry little smile. But I played all 3 of those games. What? King's Quest V has the NES version. It's not great, but it exists. And then there's Ultima. And even Wing Commander. Seriously.
Of course.
Seriously. Games are universal, sometimes are a shared joy, available across so many different platforms. Many arcade games got PC and console ports too. I'm sure we can find common ground with everyone, some way, somehow. Don't worry, we're all friends and we support each other's passions. For the speech it breaks and the way my center of gravity protests, seems the train slowing down before the Chinatown stop. And here we are, ready to make Team the Best Team headquarters official. You bet. I know I was a little hesitant at first. What with my family situation, but I think that we're really going to get along just. And just as the doors start to open, someone slams into Grace, knocking on the floor. Her box pops open, game scattering everywhere. The man quickly spots a white cardboard box in the pile, grabs it, and runs out of the doors before I can even react. Instinctively, I move to help Grace pick herself along with her fallen game collection, but she waves me away as she gets to her own feet.
Oh no.
You got to stop that guy. He's got one of my favorite games, but I'll handle this. Just go, please. Feels weird abandoning a friend, but that instant look in her eyes gives my feet wings as I spring from the train and up the stairs. Am I doing this? Am I seriously doing this? I am doing this. I'm seriously doing this. The thief isn't exactly a world-class athlete, so catching his trail is easy enough as he dashes through the streets of Chinatown. But he still has a head start. If he makes a few twists and turns, ducks around the corner, escapes my sight, my heart's pounding out of my chest as I desperately wish I had done some actual freaking cardio instead of playing FOD2 endlessly for years. I need to get an edge on this chase, or he's going to escape me. Raw speed isn't enough. Let's consult Iris. Hoping Iris is listening to my personal conversations like she usually does, I call out for her. Iris, use the city maps to find a shorter route and catch up to this bastard. Already on it, Shellshock. Left down the next alley, then right coming out of it. Okay, I can do this. I played enough games with those stupid quick time events to make quick decisions. My feet skid a bit on the pavement as I hang a sharp left, scrambling down the filthy alley. Across the street, the lights red and the crosswalks clear. Between those 2 buildings, turn right. I'm seeing spots as I desperately pump my legs, trying to close the last gap between myself and the fleeing game thief. And finally, he makes a mistake. He dashes to a dead-end alley, allowing me to catch up. Nowhere to run now. Yep, we're chasing someone. Ugh. He's too out of breath to even form a complete sentence. Now's my chance. Grab the game. With not entirely cat-like reflexes, I dive in, grabbing at the cardboard box he's clinging onto for dear life. Let go! You're going to... And the flimsy 1980X cardboard box tears itself apart in our hands, causing the manual plastic card to fall on the ground. What have you done? Figuring it's better than nothing, I scoop up the remnants before stepping away. On cue, Grace catches up with us, and oddly, she's not the least bit out of breath, despite running the same distance we did. Okay, the subway attendant was nice enough to wash my boxes while I caught up to you. Wait, you're...
What?
Norman? You're the one who stole my game. Damn it, you weren't supposed to get a good look at me. You know this piece of shit, Grace? Yes. He's a regular on the game collector's forums I visit. We traded tips on rare games auction before. Norman, why? Why would you steal from me? Because you don't deserve this game. You aren't a real collector. You aren't trying to get a full set. I've been trying for years to get a full NES set. This is the last piece. Do you know how much this game is worth? Back up. What game are we talking about exactly? Oh, it's Stadium Events. It's an exercise game. Very rare. There's only about 20 legitimate copies left in the world. Normally, Stadium Events cost $30,000 in the open market, but You stuck-up little rich girl, do you have any clue how hard the rest of us had to struggle to afford rare games? People like you just throw down a wad of daddy's money and buy up the last few rares in the world, hoarding them? It's not right, it's not fair. And now your idiot friend destroyed the box. It lost $10,000 of value thanks to that. I see. Norman, if this game really means that much to you, well, I guess you could keep it. What? What? He loves his collection. He loves his games. He'll get a lot of love out of stadium events too. So if he really wants it, I guess he should have it. I understand you want people to love and respect games, but you don't have to give up something you love either. Okay, look, Grace, I know that you love games and you want more people to love them the way you do, but this isn't the time or place for that idealism. You don't have to give up something you love just because someone else demands you fork it over. Shellshock, it's okay. I want to do this. I understand the situation. I understand the situation completely. It's counterfeit anyway. Totally worthless. Oh, shit. Yeah, I bought it from a repo crafter for like $5. It's fake. You own a fake stadium events? Why do you own a fake stadium events? Is a total garbage game aside from its resale value.
Aww.
Hey, I really like that game. It's great for my daily cardio routine. But if you can find the same joy in this game, well, I'd be happy to. And he practically hurls the game at us in disgust. I don't want your worthless counterfeit. I'm trying to complete my collection and flip it for enough to buy a Ferrari. Ugh. This whole thing has been a waste of my time. Grace, you sneaky genius. In a cloud of absolute fury, he marches past us, exiting the scene. Huh? Should we go after him or something? Maybe it's for the best. I'm not really interested in pressing charges. I got my game back, and honestly, I don't need any more stress in my life.
That's unfortunate.
I'm a little disappointed to find out he only wanted the game for its resale value, though. I go to those collectors' forums because I want to share my love for video games. Knowing some people are only in it for the money, well, it's a pity, you know. So, shall we get my stuff back from the Subway Transit Authority, then head on down to Good Clean Fun? Shellshock? Just swallowing down a massive headache. You know, you really helped me out through this transition. You were there when I was scared about my family's reaction, and you were here for me tonight.
Thank you so much.
I don't know how I can say thank you enough for all of that. You've only met me recently, and yet I feel I can trust you completely. No problem, Grace. I do it for anyone else on the team, too. I'm your coach, manager, cat wrangler, aren't I? This is what I do, and I do it damn well. That you do. I'm glad you're here for everyone else, too. I see great things in our future. Okay, let's get home. Our new headquarters awaits. This is it. The culmination of my efforts. No, of our efforts. Everyone had to pitch in. Jinx giving up her personal space. Grace was willing to deal with her family situation. Everyone agreeing to uproot their steady day-to-day lives in favor of making Team the best team headquarters a reality. With the last details handled, we got to assign one of the two front doors to our suite of apartments, and are ushered in by Jian. Thank you for your patience. I wanted to make sure everything was just right before the big unveiling. Without further ado, welcome to the Team the Best Team headquarters. Also known as my apartment, to be specific. One of the two connected apartments. We install the doors so you can pass back and forth without needing to go on the main hallway. Both apartments have a cozy kitchen, spacious bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. According to the room assignments you requested in this apartment, Jinx and Grace will share a room, while Shellshock will be by themselves. An even number of bedrooms and an odd number of residents means Shellshock gets their own room. What luck. In this apartment, you'll also find Grace's classic gaming library, and Jinx's music library. Please consider playing your albums at a lower volume, dear sister. I promise nothing. Moving on. The second apartment is where we assembled your shiny new FOD2 game. Here, you'll also find Rhapsody's streaming rig and a kitchen fully stocked with your favorite snacks. But please eat something other than pizza, bagels, and nachos. We installed the stove for a reason. Sapper and Rhapsody will be sharing one of their bedrooms. Assuming I'm not out partying all night long, of course. I wonder if we'll even use the room. I'll be pulling a lot of all-nighters editing FOD2 strategy videos. And the other bedroom will be occupied by Domino and Lashley. Do we get bunk beds? Bunk beds are awesome, but I'll take the lower bunk. Heights make me nauseated. Alas, they are but singletons, but regardless, I swear that we shall bond as roommates and roomies and brothers, my good fellow. Yeah, this is a really cool room. And that's everything. Rent is due on the 1st of the month. Fortunately, your sponsor is footing the bill. Any questions? Just one.
Aw, yeah.
Who's going to play the very first round of FOD2 on this new sweet new pad? Are you calling dibs? Oh heck no, just checking if anybody else was calling dibs. And if not, I think I got a cool idea. Zapper sits back and nudges both Jinx and Grace to step forwards. I say we have a battle for hygiene officer team, the best team headquarters. That means Jinx and Grace teaming up against Shellshock. What?
What?
Heh, accepted. Great. Losing team has to clean up our apartments for a week. Honestly, I want Loxley as a roommate. I want Grace as a roommate. And I also want Zapper as a roommate. I like Grace, Zapper, and Jinx a lot. There are stakes now? Oh dear. It's cool. We're gonna clean headquarters by wiping the floor with Shellshock. You and I got this, Grace.
Okay.
Okay then. We got this. We'll win. I just know it. Okay then, as my partner, I pick... Oh no, you don't get to pick. We need to make this fun. You're gonna use online matchmaking team up with a rando. What? Smash,
Nice.
Shellshock. Don't think you can carry some scrub to victory. I would take Grace as a roommate too, or to a mate. Wink. For me, it's Zapper all the way. I will go with I want to try. I'll try anything at least once, and hey, it's all in good fun, right? May the best team win. We gather around a single screen, plugging in joysticks and keyboards and such. It's more cramped in the spacious 2-screen deluxe version downstairs, but we'll manage. I'll let the matchmaker spin its wheels until everyone sells it on. Your partner is named XX Papa Smurf 69 XX, huh? What the? That's my random partner? Silly name, but so what? No, I know the handle. That's not just some rando. That's Glimmel's car Smurf account. Smurf account? An alternate fake game handle you play under when you want to fight without anyone knowing who you really are. What the hell is Glimmel's car doing but playing on that old Smurf account? He's a big-time P2W competitor now. Well, I think it's sweet that you're going to be playing with an old friend. Okay, here we go. Loser scrubs toilets for a week. Smurf account, yep. With chores on the line and my rival for some reason ending up having my back, I line up my fingers on the keys and get ready to fight. Here we go. Let's do it. I'm ready for this. Let's see.
It has begun!
Skip the minigame and win the match.
You win.
Yes, I kicked P2W's ass. Beat down L7, took you both to school. I am unstoppable. Yes, you're cool, you're badass, we get it. No need to be a sore winner. Right. Good game, you two. Well fought. Did I seriously act like a colossal tool in front of my teammates? Where did that come from? I'm just glad I could enjoy a game with my friends. That's what I'm looking forward to most now that we're all together. Being able to share something we love more so than ever before. GG? I guess so. Okay, I'm excited. I'm into this. Let's keep going. How about a little battle between Apartment 109's roomies? Domino and Loxley against Zapper and Rhapsody. Indeed. Domino, we ride to the battle as one. Tally-ho and all that crap. You know I'm always down. Rhapsody, you ready? You bet. I got some techniques I want to try out. With the team swarming around a new game, everyone eager to have a turn. They'll be playing it long into the night, no doubt. I've had my moment in the sun. Besides, there's something odd about that battle which I may want to look into. I should call up Glimmo's car. I can't stop thinking about that Glimmo's car using his old Smurf account during that battle. It doesn't make sense that he would do this. Something fishy is totally going on. Pulling out my phone, I tap past Iris into my contacts to give Glimmo's car a ring. Hello. Oh, hello. Long time no see, Shellshock. A nice W there for us, wouldn't you agree? Did you see my sweet moves during that fight? My quick thinking? I was on fire. That was some great teamwork overall. Who were we playing against? More randos? Actually, they were my teammates. We're having a sort of celebration match for moving into our new team house. Oh, sweet. I'm glad I got to be a part of that in some way. Yeah, about that. What's up? Why are you playing on your old Smurf account? Can a monarch not go among the peasants from time to time? I just wanted to see what's up in the unprofessional league. No one else would have caught it, but I did. The slight hesitation in his voice. Be honest with me, Glimmo's car. It's strange for you to be doing this. You're big time with P2W now. Didn't you sign a contract to only playing using your official P2W handle? Don't you have to maintain that celebrity status at all times? So I put your career on the line for one little trip down memory lane. Listen, I'm not trying to sound conceited, but I don't expect you to understand the pressure surrounding me right now. You could tell me, I'm your friend, right? She's just always watching me. I never get a break. Sometimes I need a break. She says she wants to support my dreams, but that seems to translate into constant pressure. It's also hard right now. I want to go back to how it used to be, you know, when we used to have fun. There's a small pause on the phone. Oh shit, I gotta go. The Glimmo's car hangs up on me. I hope everything's okay. It's worrying that he just up and bounced, but I'm putting my faith in him. If he needs help, he'll talk to me about it. I let the thoughts fade as I focus on something equally important. The friends in front of me, I rejoined them in celebration. With that matter settled, I returned to the housewarming party already in progress. And the house is warm indeed. Warm feelings and good tidings all around. When my sponsor suggested this idea of building Team House, it felt to me like the next logical step in going from amateur to pro. Valkyrie, is that scary, huh? Yes. Getting a team together, getting sponsored, getting a house fight in tournaments, qualify the Pro Tour, win the Pro Tour, hoist that trophy. And then, immortality. Every single step along the path being a hard granite slab you smash down into the ground to pave the way to victory. But there's more to this new home than just a stepping stone. Just like how that fight was about more than who won or lost. It's about us, making something all of us can share together. Win or lose, champion or failure, we built something today, and I hope it lasts long, long time. The best days are ahead of us. 3 days later.
Okay, who replaced the desktop wallpaper on my computer with a photo montage of scary clowns? It's not funny.
What happened to my lucky socks? They were right here. I need them. I need my lucky socks.
Someone left the door open, and now Minx is lost in the building. And that someone better find her, or that someone is gonna get an ass whooping.
Loxley, I swear to R.N. Jesus, if you don't stop humming that song under your breath, I'm gonna tear out your throat and feed it to you.
The best days are ahead of us, honest. Oh boy.
You win.
You clear level 3 of Arcade Spirits. The new challenge is victory. Let's take a look at your scores. Yep. You're in Zapper's sights, to be sure. You've proven to be level-headed, rational, and honest. Great. Also, you scored 20,100 points. Sweet, good job. Let's change the metadata. I'm just going to change the color of my clothes. All right, there we go. Glasses. We're gonna give them a different hairstyle this time. Yes. There we go. Level 4. Maximum impact. I wonder why is it taking so long to load. Thank you. Now I'm just waiting for the game to load. There we go. Maybe I was supposed to press the button.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Punchy78 here with Fight Shack News. All the fighting that's fit to post.
All right.
The Pro Tour is heating up, with contenders eager to scoop up precious qualification points to claim a place at the main event. With the next major event on the horizon being the lucrative Crimson Tiger Invitational at this year's Max, all the power players are getting ready for a fight. This could be the major win everybody's favorite underdog team needs to really reach for the gold. But fighting in local arcades is nothing compared to the big stage at Max. Can they see this through? Like, share, subscribe, smash the bell, rate Fight Shack 5 stars, tell your friends, tell your enemies, this is getting intense.
Did we go to max in the last game? We did. All right, 1 second. Alright, sorry, I just had to step away for a little bit. Yes, PAX is amazing, but yeah, travel is definitely not easy, but yeah, I highly recommend PAX someday. It's a distant future year 20XX, and I'm on a roll. I won every major challenge put before me, overcome every setback, and today I'm going to utterly destroy the next obstacle in my path. And now I'm at the Crimson Tiger Invitational. If we win this, we curry favor with our sponsor and rack up some very critical Pro Tour points. It's time to be serious. And while most of the time I can keep that vibe rolling, today, well, I'm pretty far outside my comfort zone, which is going to make matters difficult. So specifically, I'm at 2,408 miles away from my comfort zone. Hope PAX would make its way to the Midwest, but sadly that's not on the cards. Yeah, that would be nice. Instead of my comfy and chaotic East Coast city homestead, I've flown out to the West Coast to a rainy gem of the Pacific Northwest, to Max Prime. What's Max Prime, you may ask? Because I had to ask myself, looking like a total newbie in the process. In a word, crowded. A convention. Max is what you get when 70,000 people descend upon a building to the size of an airport. All of them here to hawk retro gaming wares, play new arcade games, and enter tournaments. So not only am I fighting off jet lag from my fist of Discomfort, my first coast-to-coast trip, dealing with a neck ache from some kid kicking the back of my seat, and generally craving death. I'm also eager to elbow to elbow with unwashed gamers, eager to hustle for rare finds, valuable wares, and championship glory. We do have similar conventions like that in Chicago that I want to try to go in the future. I know there's a couple of conventions. I know there's C2E2, but that's more of a Comic-Con. Hunk. Mega. Nintemperado. That's supposed to be Nintendo. The expo hall alone is like an aircraft hangar, packed with vendor booths. All the major companies and arcade chains have a presence here. Yes, C2E2 is what you're referring to? Nice. Even console games are represented, with the big three arcade giants having booths, but the Palace, the world's biggest arcade franchise, easily drowns them out. All the flashing lights and noisy crowds are threatening to drown me out too. So yeah, a little bit over my head, considering I was a PC gamer shut-in until recently, but my teammates are eating this up with a spoon. Finally, a left coast max. I've been to the right coast max plenty of times. Now I can compare the two. If you need me, I'll be, probably everywhere. Wow, so many people who love video games under one roof. I can't wait to say hello to all the indie devs and see what they've been making. This is just the best. First stop has to be the retro game dealers, though. Maybe I can get a few more rare finds from my collection. 50-hour Japanese RPGs, here I come. Okay, this is a bit much, isn't it? Pity Jinx couldn't come with us. I love to grouse about the gaudiness with her. Meantime, I think I'll also engage in retail therapy. See you later. Leaving me with two most social individuals in our entire group. Sticking by my side for the time being.
Marvelous.
Such an intense atmosphere. I heard many a song sung of the wonders to be found in Max. But I'll admit, little has prepared me for the reality. But I shall remain steadfast in the face of this madness, rest assured.
I vibe with it.
Behold, the wonders of Max. Glorious and terrifying all at once. This is the second biggest Max I've ever seen. First being Max East, of course. Luckily, I won't have to fight the crowds too much, since I'm casting the matches for the Invitational. I got a special VIP badge. I can come and go when I please. If you want to see Max in all of his magnificence, without seeing bodies, I can let you borrow it after the show floor hours are over. Is this a bad time to mention that I haven't been in a room with more than 10 people in it since high school graduation? I mean, look at this. Where do we even start with this? Is there a map? Do I need a guided survival gear? Should I swear to offer my tasty flesh as nourishment if I get stranded?
I disagree, my friend.
Come now, it's not quite all that. But honestly, a guide isn't a bad idea. Loxley and I can be your Max guides. If you need anything, we're only a text away. Assuming you can get any service, of course. 70k people all battling to connect to the Wi-Fi is a tournament of its own. Rhapsody's right. We'll be by your side as needs be.
Tally-ho!
Besides, your focus today is the Crimson Tiger Invitational, yes? Pull this aside and keep your goals in sight. No need to engage with the teaming masses if you're really only interested in competitive play. Do what makes you happy.
Sounds good to me.
Agreed. Do what you want to do. And if you're getting overwhelmed, it's okay to take a break and clear your head. Remember that there is the outside. It does exist. One last piece of advice from your guide. Don't forget to have some fun while you're here. There's so much more to do than the tournament. Right. Tournament. Focus on the tournament. Okay, I'm ready to do this. It's my time. It's my hour. I can do this. It's just another tournament. Very, very critical one that will earn us a favor with Crimson Tiger and a ton of Pro Tour qualification points, but just another tournament. I can take a breath to calm my nerves and turn to face the combat arena. It's a huge stage, decorated up for big showdowns between the top professional teams, all invited by Crimson Tiger. Its aura flows into the surrounding booths and right up my toes. Soon, I'll be taking on challengers there, so why not get the lay on the land? It's good to know what I'm getting myself into. Using various hand motions and signals, I let Rhapsody and Loxley know I'm going to wander towards the stage to check it out. They nod in approval and I try not to get lost in the jaunt over to the stage. I approach the impressive stage and, wait, why is the press gathering by the stage seating area? The actual tournament doesn't start for another hour. Which is why Crimson Tiger is proud to announce a brand new sponsorship of Team Play to Win. What? We're happy to work with Victoria Proud, whom you may know better as Valkyrie, two-time EVO champion and coach for Team Play to Win. Oh, what the fuck? Crimson Tiger certainly knows how to play to win, and we're thrilled to support the dreams of P2W as they rise in the Pro Tour ranks. Camera flashes go off as the press snaps photos of the newly minted business partners, and then one of them asks a question that's burning on my mind. What about your previous sponsorship of Team Best Team? Fortunately, we parted ways with Team The Best Team. The spot in the Crimson Tiger Invitational will be given to Team P2W. We wish the little team the best of luck in the future and see nothing but success in store for them. What? Something fishy's going on here. There's something fucking fishy going on. And I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Now, as we look to the future, we look to Team P2W. We hope to enjoy seeing them dominate the Crimson Tiger Invitational. As the crowd of journalists disperses, I march right up in the back to confront my former sponsor. Beep, beep. This is a tense identity situation. You can only pick a response that matches your top two personality traits. Excuse me, but we had a contract with Crimson Tiger. You can't just dump us without 2 weeks notice or something like that, right? Actually, there's an exception clause that we feel you aren't representing our brand well. Well done. We've done everything you asked for us. Yes, but you haven't grown, haven't signed new players, won us money, or anything indicating you're big enough to justify the investment. On the plus side, we already paid for your trip at Max. Enjoy your hotel room and the convention at your leisure. Plenty of fun to be had even if you can't play in the tournament, right? Excuse me, I got other business to attend to. Despite my former sponsor slinking off, the one who really backstabbed me stands her ground. We lock eyes and she takes a step towards me. Victoria Proud, proved back-to-back EVO champion known as Valkyrie, owner of Team P2W, most powerful woman in the industry, is almost gentle in her expression. Could that be sympathy?
Defeat is never easy, I know. But in reality, this is me doing you a favor. I know it's hard to see right now, but that's the truth of it.
Excuse me?
You're way in over your head, and you don't even realize it. I've been grinding the pro gaming scene all my life, from the original Street Fighter through to Fist of Discomfort 1 and 2. I've been here, building the scene while you were busy tinkering with building blocks in preschool. And that's not a dig at you. I'm trying to point out that I've been in your situation before, making the exact same mistakes you are. Nobody was there picking me up when I fell. No one helped me. So that's what I'm doing for you, here and now. Helping you see that you aren't ready for this. Are your players signed with actual contracts? Do you even have an accountant or a lawyer?
I have an Iris. She waves her phone in my direction when the neon wireframe of a familiar virtual girl waves back.
Yeah, I've got one of those too. She's handy, but an app is no substitute for having a full support staff. You're playing at being something you're not. You should stick to having fun with your friends and let this fantasy of yours go. There's no shame in being a casual.
You say that, but I strongly doubt you have my best intentions at heart. Okay, I get that you feel you're giving valuable advice to a new generation of gamers, but considering you also stole my sponsor, it rings hollow. I'm all for learning from my elders, that's fine. I won't reject good advice, but then you had to go and steal away the only thing funding our dreams, rather conveniently lining your own pockets, so I'm thinking your motives aren't exactly pure here.
Don't chide me about things you can't fully understand yet. You're far from ready to stand in judgment of me. If you lost your funding, that's your fault. If I hadn't done it, someone else would have. Learn the lesson and move on.
And she walks away as I'm no longer even the tiniest of concerns to her. Just another try hard for her to dismiss.
Iris, what's my schedule like for the next hour?
All clear, ma'am.
Good. Find me somewhere pleasant to have a spot of lunch before the first round begins.
Leaving me with all of Max before me and no actual reason for me to be here anymore. With the impromptu press conference of Doom over, I listlessly wandered back towards my friends. Once we joined up again, I quickly reiterated what went down. Oof, that's rough. It's not like we need another reason to dislike P2W. They're really hitting us where it hurts. Man, I don't mind going casual. Being esports team is hard to stay competitive. Yeah, I get it too. But on the bright side, we don't have to wear Crimson Tiger's hideous outfits anymore. Not sure the bright side is all that bright, Rhapsody. Once we get home, we still have to pay. We have rent to pay and team salaries. If we can't pay, we'll lose the apartments. Some of us will have to find new jobs. No, we're in too deep. We need a new sponsor to keep the ball rolling. No way around it. Where can we find a last-minute sponsor? I don't know. But I do know something. Or someone, rather, I could turn to. I'll pull on my phone. Iris, what you got for me? I've already started searching. It could take a few days, though. Right through the news feeds are choked with news of P2W signing with Crimson Tiger. Hey, thanks for the raid, Zeno. Hope you had a good stream. What type of retro are you playing tonight? We may need to wait for that story to cool off to find someone interested in us. We're, literally yesterday's news at this point. I'm not sitting around waiting. I'm the coach, the responsible cat herder. I gotta get on top of this as soon as I can. Should probably head back to the hotel, do some serious research. Not like there's any reason for me to stick around here anymore. Indeed, you can do that. Or you can take a break from being a manager and let your friends help you out instead. Rhapsody and I can solve this problem. What? No, it's okay. This is my job. You don't have to. I insist. I'm your sword arm, yes? My liege must rest and recuperate while I tirelessly fight this battle. Besides, I have hidden talents which may apply. Pokemon Snap and some Quartz Blast plus prepping for a Splatfest. Still not drafted? Oh. You see Queen Bee on screen? Yeah, Wait, where is she? Making contacts, networking, wheeling and dealing, experience in such matters. Chatting up possible new sponsors for us will be child's play.
Yeah.
The paddle lines. Oh, okay. There we go. Now I see her. Five-time champion Queen Bee. Meet and greet. Loxley is right. I might have a few leads myself. It helps to know the right people, and I can track them down in between casting matches. Leave this to us, Shellshock. You and your rest of the team, the best team, go have fun. You've done plenty for us already. Let us return the favor. When I first arrived at good, clean fun, and Lemon having all these chores and duties, but now handing them off feels weird. That's our queen. Yep. Feels like I'm admitting defeat, like I failed. But if someone else is offering to pick up the burden, well, maybe I should take them up on that. There's no shame in it, right? I guess it really could work, but are you sure? I don't mind, really. It's my job to figure stuff like this out. Honestly, between my allies and Rhapsody's industry connections, we're likely better positioned to do this than you are. Weren't you a complete shut-in before you met us? I was a complete shut-in. I did go down to the corner store to buy some more nachos. Sometimes. The pinnacle of diplomatic prowess, that.
Shall we?
Besides, if we should fail, nothing is lost, yes? You and your Iris simply resume your efforts after this weekend's festivities. You've earned a break. If you overwork yourself, you'll burn out. We've all seen you putting in the overtime and getting everything together for us. So, let Loxley and me take a shot at this, okay? They're not wrong. I haven't slept well this last month as we move from practice session to practice session, online tournament to online tournament. And the times I woke up in the middle of the night in cold sweat with the images of pixelated smiles burning in my brain, those sure didn't help either. Okay, I'll put it in your hands.
Excellent.
You may rely upon us. Meanwhile, we're at Max, the nexus of fun and games, the perfect opportunity to immerse yourself in further in arcade culture, yes?
Nice.
Now's the time to go out there and experience your first Max. We've got this. Aimless and directionless, me, an FOD2 junkie, a PC gamer versus a thundering herd of arcade fanatics. This is not a matchup I can counter. I should definitely seek out my friends. I don't mind playing second fiddle to whatever fun they're having. Who do I look for first? Fortunately, Iris has a map of the convention center loaded up and ready, complete with handy icons representing each of them. Alright. Let's start off with the lightning. Let's start with the cat. When arranging for airline tickets to bring the whole team out to the West Coast, one name was absent for the travel arrangements, Jinx. Flying cross country and dealing with gigantic convention center wasn't in the cards for her physically, so she opted out of the trip. But no reason I can't phone her up and see how she's doing. Better to do outside too, where it's less noisy. Iris, call Jinx on speakerphone.
Okay.
Righty Rudy.
Hey.
Shellshock, sup? Hey Jinx, just checking in. How you doing? How's the cat? Didn't want you to think we forgot about you two or anything like that. Cat's fine, but how am I doing? How are you doing? News about Crimson Tiger ditching us came across like 5 different news feeds at once. Ah, right. That. Loxley and Rhapsody are looking for a new sponsor. Failing that, Iris and I will find someone. Don't worry, we'll make apartment rent this month. Yeah, I know. Not worried about that. I'm worried about how you're dealing with... Is that Shellshock? Is it? Hey, Shellshock, cough up the rent or I'm booting you all out on the street and suing you for everything you have.
Come on.
John, quit it. They don't know when you're joking around like I do. Oh, come on. Let me have my fun. Don't worry, Shellshock. We can just skip this month's rent. Provided you pay it back next month with interest. Hey, did we run out of vegan pizza bagels? I can't find it anywhere. But you hate junk food. The situation cries out for them. Excellent movies require excellent treats. We need pizza bagels. Hang on. Going to go get some pizza bagels. Jinx? Would you kindly request that Gian stop causing cardiac events? I'm standing in an alley behind the convention center. They won't find my body for days.
Ugh.
Gian does what Gian wants to do, afraid. And Gian currently hungers for both rent and microwave garbage food. When you have pizza on the bagel, you have pizza anytime. Yep. From the corner of my phone screen, I can see Iris sighing happily at Gian's choice and snack selection. Right now, we're having an impromptu movie party. Think they felt sorry I couldn't join you all out there and wanted to cheer me up. Right. That's why I'm calling, to see how you're doing. Well, not gonna lie, having some FOMO being left behind like this.
Well, this sucks.
Sucks, you know? Being sidelined from my damn knees, again. Being sidelined by my damn knees, again. Couldn't be there for you at Hamza's tournament either, despite trying. Maybe I could have come out there, maybe I should have tried, rent a scooter, endure the strain, just make an effort. Instead, went with my gut and said, nope, no way, no how. Didn't want to try, just wanted to stay nice and comfy at home. Now I'm not there in your hour of need.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, bringing you down on a day when you're already down, aren't I? Thanks for your concern, but I'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. I appreciate the concern. Honest. But it's fine. We're going to recover from this mess, mark my words. Exactly. Not worried about that one, not one bit. Especially with Rhapsody on the job of finding us someone new to keep the lights on. Still, promise me you'll take a moment to relax and solidify that perspective. It's not the end, just a speed bump, right? Right. There's no more pizza bagels downstairs. How can we have a Year family movie party without pizza bagels? The corner bodega is somehow also out of pizza bagels. Heads will roll and blood will spill.
Hell no.
Gian, we don't need pizza on the bagel. Just go get a regular ass pizza from Ben and Matt. Traditions are meant to be upheld. I will not break with the sacred snacking rites. I would sooner embrace death. Now, if you excuse me, I need to procure some delicious round bready delights. Toodles. Starting to wonder if this massive knee pain would be better than this day of mandatory fun. John insists on watching Mall Cops again just for their bad movie podcast. Bad movie podcast? Oh god. That will be interesting. So, in happier news, what's the plan to get back at P2W for trying to kill us? Is that a vendetta you thirst for? I didn't think you were into petty revenge. Pick or choose my spots, yeah? Sometimes I shrug it off. Sometimes I come down on someone like the fist of an angry god. It's all about keeping your cool so you're ready for the times when you gotta go ballistic on someone. Is now that time then? Should I be worried? Nah, I'm more interested in what you have to say. It's simple, really. Here's what we do. Blood and War. We shall topple their dynasty and replace it with our own. I'll take what is mine and what's with fire and blood. 1,000 years' time, the best team will be remembered and P2W shall be as dust. Hell yeah. Right attitude to have. Burn down the old, replace it with the new. That's the way of things. One generation hangs on too long to power. You basically get the boomers. Nobody wants gamer boomers. You go out there and show the world the best team is here to stay. With you every step of the way. Got it? Got it. You can count on me to do a revenge. Before I can say anything else, I hear a door slam and a squeal. Pizza bagels obtained. Now, who's up for Mall Cops 2? The shopping. That's my cue to go, I think.
See you later.
Later. Gonna check in with everyone on the team when I can, even those who couldn't be here with us today. Time to move on. My phone call done, I head back indoors to resume traversing the landscape on max. Alright, so next up, we will go to the lightning bolt. Zappa's playing a military shooter game. I find Zapper playing the latest light gun slinging action game on offer from a major publisher. She's playing Guns Akimbo as usual. The cabinet is decorated in camouflage and netting with sandbags and ammo boxes on the floor around it as stage props. On screen, she mows down waves of terrorists round after round. But despite racking up an amazing kill streak, unlocking a drone airstrike to rack up even more bloody deaths,
Nah.
she holsters the guns and steps out of the way. The next two gamers in line grab them quickly, eager to play, as are the dozens waiting patiently behind them. Oh, hey, sup? How's Max treating you? Sparrow glances at the line in front of the game and alongside it, wrapping around the booth twice over. How long were you waiting to play that game? Not long. I knew a guy who knew a guy. Oh, so I guess abandoning ship in the middle of the demo isn't that great a loss then. Nah, that's not why I folded. It's, well, the game sucks, so I keep playing. Isn't this like a multi-million-dollar juggernaut which scored 9 out of 10 from every reviewer on Earth? I mean, I'm a PC gamer even I have heard of.
Not interested.
Not my thing. Let me explain. You know, I love hot light gun games, and the hotter the better. More chaos, more sharpshooting skill, more over-the-top action. But usually, I'm shooting robots, zombies, aliens, cartoon gangsters, stuff like that. When it comes to realistic military shooters, well, no, not my thing. I don't like glorifying gun violence. I agree, it's a bit sadistic, isn't it? Earning points for cruelty. I feel you. It's so cruel. You rack up a high score by brutally murdering humans. I can understand why you feel uncomfortable with that. I agree with this too.
Wait.
What? No.
What?
That's not my point. Well, it's half of my point, but it's not like I don't combo juggle robots stylish cruel ways, yeah? Here's the thing. When it comes to shooters, especially like light gun or like any first person shooters, third person, whatever, I do not like anything that resembles the real world, unless it's fiction. But it's all fiction. But I don't like Call of Duty. I never like Call of Duty. I don't really find any good reason to even want to play it. It's boring to me. But if I want to play a shooter if I want to play a multiplayer shooter that's fun, I like Halo because it has sci-fi. I like Splatoon because it's in a post-apocalyptic world with squids, like humanoid squids and humanoid octolings, duking it out with ink. But if I want a single-player experience, I like Doom. I love Doom a lot. And the thing with Doom is basically it's more like a sci-fi, like not exactly horror, but it's more like a dark sci-fi. You have like these demons. You fight demons, shoot them. You can actually do glory kills. I love that series. Doom is fantastic. Like anything that has some sort of style and substance. Something that's more realistic is boring. You gotta give me style and substance. I want to play some boomer shooters. I want to play like even something like BioShock, which is set in like the 1940s, like at least the first game, is more appealing to me. Like Metroid Prime, yeah, you shoot, but I don't consider that to be a complete like FPS. It's more of an adventure game. It's basically like playing a Metroid game, but in first person.
I'm thinking.
How do I put this? I'm not great with words. I think I just prefer fantasy violence. The reality of it is kind of ugly. I see the main issue is... The main issue is that guns are awesome. That's the general impression I get from you, yes. No, I don't mean that in a good way. We don't use the word awesome in its traditional sense anymore, do we? To be filled with awe can be wonderful or terrible. I look at the cold metal precision of a mass-manufactured assault rifle, and I'm filled with awe. That someone would design an object purpose built for mass murder. It's a hell of a thing, isn't it? Hell of a thing. Like Oppenheimer looking at an atomic bomb and seeing the ghosts of his future victims. So the problem is that it's too brutal a reminder of an actual reality. Pretty much, yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, Splatoon's fantastic. Now, give me a laser pistol, give me robots, give me 2 bottomless Hollywood pistols, and a million mooks to style on. Give me something awesome. Something that's so over the top and down the other side and up the side of the next hill that I can relax and sink into the fantasy.
Aw, yeah.
You do that and we good. We can have someone fun with violence without feeling like we're advocating for murder. We can chill the hell out and blast some baddies. Alright. You could say that making it silly desensitizes it one to reality though. Well, actually, one could say that by reducing the act of murder to cartoon slapstick that it gradually erodes one's sense of morality through desensitization.
Not interested.
Okay, now you're seriously overthinking it. That's like Loxley levels of overthinking it. I'll grant it's not a hard and fast rule. And there are some games clearly trying to have their cake and eat it too, regarding violence. But I draw my own lines for what works for me. I won't play realistic military shooters. Done. I won't begrudge others who want to, but that's not me. Leave it to the parents to figure out where that line goes for their kids. And then when the kids grow, they make their own mistakes and learn where their limits are. Got it? As you like. I do. Actually, thank you very much. Realizing that we're still loitering around the crowded booth of military shooter fans, Zapper nods and waves for me to follow her. We shuffle off to the side of the condo floor, slightly quieter but not by much. In other news, rumor mill's saying we lost our sponsor today, huh? Crap, right, I almost forgot. It's cool, you got this, right? I trust that you got this. I don't mean that in a questioning way, I literally trust that you got this. Actually, Loxley and Rhapsody are taking first crack at finding a new sponsor. They got this, hopefully.
You know I'm down.
Yeah, I can see that. Rhapsody knows their stuff. Okay, doubly less worried now. See, this is why you rule. You got this shit on lock. Anything you can't fix yourself, you got good people around you ready to dive in. That's a hell of a force of nature you're packing in terms of charisma points. More than I ever managed, at least. I'm happy to count myself as one of your allies in the war we call life as a pro gamer. And, you know, just happy being in your general area. Okay, now I'm getting all cutesy and stuff. I should really knock it off. I don't like cutesy. It's good to look for you. I try to shoot for hot rather than cute. I think we got enough cute already in this gang, but hot's in short supply without you and me around. But on that note, I leave. Catch up with you later, Shellshock. Zapper blazes her own trail, and I never know what's coming next. It's interesting, getting these little peeks inside Zapper's head. From the outside, she looks like a mindless adrenaline junkie. But inside? Okay, inside she's also an adrenaline junkie, but a mindful one. And unless I'm reading my signals wildly wrong, maybe she's kinda, sorta, a little bit totally into me? Possibly. That's a nice thought. There's still so much more to see and do. Where should I explore next? Let's see. Let's go to this Domino and NES pad. Takes some poking around through the crowd, but eventually I locate Domino and Grace in a maze of game vendors. The booths range from makeshift table and crate arrangements right on up to the glossy, slick storefronts. But they all have one thing in common: games, games, and games, games with games, games and games, games and games. Ooh, they have a dinosaur peak. That's so rare. $4,000 is a bit steep for it, though.
Whoa.
A bit steep? For an 8-bit video game cartridge? Oh, yes. The empty box alone could go for $1,000. I like the words to adequately express the nightmare horror in this scenario.
Hey.
Ah, Shellshock. Come engage in retail therapy with us. We are purchasing tokens of nerd culture so that we may signify our identification with the 30-year-old technology trends. It's not really that cynical, I promise. I just love finding these rare artifacts of the game generations that came before me. We can really learn a lot from the past, you know. Agreed. I got an MS-DOS collection the size of, well, the games were tiny back then, but relatively speaking, the size of a truck. We could use a truck about now, actually. You also have a pair of plastic bags, each straying mightily from the weight of rectangular plastic wedges within them. Today, as we go on a grand safari through the jungles of retro gaming, I am Grace's beast of burden. I mean, if it's not too much for you to carry, Domino, it's okay. I don't mind taking a bag or two. It's really no bother. That was an exaggeration for comedic effect, Grace. Don't worry. Oh, okay. I'm just saying I didn't mean to burden you or anything. It's fine. We cool. My arms may stretch a few inches by the end of the day, but hey, gravity is a harsh mistress. Seems Domino's love for cynical wordplay is going right over through Grace's head. No surprise there. Friends helping friends, right? Way you see it, this is just how we roll in Team the Best Team. We're friends helping friends. We support each other no matter what. It's not a burden, it's a compassion. In physical form.
Sure thing.
Exactly. I want to be here in your time of need, Grace. Even at that time, even that need is just scalping around a bunch of cartridges. Well, okay, and you're right. I'm always willing to help out a friend in need. So Domino, if you ever, you need anything, I'm here. If you just want to talk or... Ooh, what's this? As Domino's distracted by a plastic game box, Grace shoots me a brief worried look. Well, I've been concerned about Domino ever since the Dom Zap Brawl incident. He hasn't wanted to talk much about his feelings now.
Whoa.
The Silent Hill HD collection and only $5? Why, yes, I think I will spend my hard-earned coin on the realm of that one. Yeah, the Silent Hill HD collection was not good. Like, it's basically like 2 and 3, and they're not good ports. I've always loved the idea of a horror game where the only real monsters are the ones you brought in with you.
What?
Oh, don't buy that version. The HD remaster is really awful. If you want to play those games, we should get the originals. I can't afford the originals. I mean, if I had that kind of money, I'd be grabbing Earthbound instead. Yeah, Earthbound's pretty expensive. I still have my copy, by the way. Ooh, what a colorful, happy game. I know, it's got death cults, police brutality, and the final boss is a real manifestation of violence and agony. Isn't that great? Isn't that spoilers? I know what it is. That's just a theory. A game! No, we're not doing it. Anyway, we could get Earthbound for you. There's a loose copy here for only $200. Practically a steal. Cost was much higher back in 2000X when people were investing in retro games rather than simply enjoying them. Let's get you your favorite game. I'll pitch in. What do you say? If I get that kind of money, sure. Which is, I know that I do not. And with our sponsor situation kind of up in the air, I'm thinking fewer 3-figure impulse buys, the better, right? Are there any cheap digital options for getting that game instead? There have to be alternatives, right? Is Earthbound available digitally? You don't need that little piece of plastic from 1990X to just enjoy your game. Nintendo Switch NSO. Well, I mean, you could get the mobile phone version of it for a few dollars, but playing a retro game with virtual D-pad on glass is done. Domino pockets his phone, having spent digital pocket change on a digital copy of a stream game.
What?
But it's a terrible way to play old games. Yeah, I'll take what I can get, and this is the thing I can actually get. It's not the best, but you learn to live with premium mediocre products when you stay thrifty. Well, okay, I mean, if that works best for you. All the more reason to get a new sponsor, so maybe one day Domino can buy the things he wants without settling for second best. I think that's enough shopping for now. Maybe it's for the best that I not spend all my money on things I don't really need. Hey, don't let me guilt you into not having fun. That'd be sucky. No, it's fine. I'm living by myself now and can't fall back on my family for support. It's a lesson I should learn. And no matter what our situation, no matter what crisis we face, we're together, we'll support each other, and we'll make the right decisions to get through it. Let's hear it for Team the Best Team. Hooray. Louder. Hooray. Can't hear you. Hooray, damn it, seriously, hooray. I can't rate any hoer. Let's call it here. My brain's melting from being around 80,000 people and my stomach yearns for calories. Now, where should I go? Before I can continue my journey to the depths of Max, I'm rather rudely interrupted. You. What is your problem? Why are you doing this? It's Coda, formerly of Team Play to Win, still wearing his P2W jacket, although it's dirty and has holes in it. Dude looks incredibly agitated, scary, and angry. Leave me the hell alone. Isn't it enough you already destroyed my career? You want to ruin my whole damn life too? What? He advances on me, trembling and losing his nerves with every word he speaks. It's you, isn't it? You and your damn iris, my bank accounts, all that junk mail, the things you said to my mother. Coda, what are you going on about? I haven't done anything. Of course you have. You. If it's not you, then... Of course, her. She's doing this. Well, I won't let you ruin me. You hear me? I won't let you do this. Damn it. Coda, what are you talking about? Alas, he ignores me and runs right back into the crowd, plowing into two cosplayers as he loses himself into the chaos of Max. I honestly have no idea what to make of that. What the heck was he talking about? She was ruining his life? Did he mean Valkyrie? Is she carrying a grudge? But before I can ponder it further, I'm interrupted again, this time by happier, familiar faces. I'm assuming it's Rhapsody and Loxley. Yep.
Hail, friend!
Hail, Shellshock! We bring good tidings. The possibility of good tidings, at any rate. Even the possibility would be welcome. It's been a weird day. You do appear a little shaken up. Everything okay? I'll be fine. I'm more interested in your tidings. Tell me of your tidings. Very well. We have a strong contender for our future sponsor. My fair Marion struck up a conversation with another Iris and... Hold up. You named your Iris maid Marion? Seriously, my dude? It's a bit embarrassing, but my lovely Iris decided she actually quite enjoyed me. Chose my, shall we say, aesthetic and chose that moniker on her own free will. Loxley's phone chimes in as a pink glowing figure in a beautiful medieval dress curtsies towards us. Forsooth, it is mine honor to assist my friends of my lord Loxley in all his battles with my powerful database indexing toolset. Huzzah! So, right. To refocus, we may have an inroad with a powerful sponsor and a powerful opportunity. I still need to have a few more conversations to smooth things over.
Nice.
But either way, we'll have the results by the end of the day. That's great and everything, but I think I have one question, small question. Whom exactly are you chatting with? It better not be the palace.
Nah.
Spoilers. I feel that as your quote manager, I should at least get a hint, you know? Seriously though, I wouldn't want to get your hopes up in case this falls through. It's already been a rough day for you. No need to make it rougher by promising you the moon and stars and delivering nothing. I guess I can see that, but I don't know. Being left in suspense is pretty awful too. Very well. This calls for distraction. Max is filled with those, thankfully. How are you taking it to all? You did seem a tad bit overwhelmed this morning. I'm adjusting. Everyone seems to be having fun too, which helps. I propose we keep the good times rolling. Perhaps we should have some lunch and discuss certain matters. Matters like? Certain arcade game you once asked me about, if you like. If not, well, that's quite fine too. Polybius. He's talking about Polybius, isn't he? The game I encountered at Hamza's tournament. The fact that I didn't talk to him about it immediately afterwards probably told him I wasn't interested in whatever spooky stuff was going on, but second chances flourish, I guess, it seems. Lunch is vibrating. Hold that thought. My pants are vibrating. Rhapsody takes out their phone and quickly scrolls through what seems to be like a long chat thread. What I was going to say is that lunch was always a welcome and delicious idea. However, I just found out I need to make my way back to the stage for Crimson Tiger Invitational. I'm cast the first match. You mean like the match we were supposed to be playing in?
Yeah.
That's right. But now it's P2W against some other small team, and there's one caveat. I'm not sure I need another surprise added onto this whole ordeal. They need a second caster too. I could do it with some rando, or Shellshock could be my color commentator. I can announce P2W's match, or you could have lunch with Loxley. The twain are tantalizing choices for fun and distraction, whatever you decide. And information, both are interesting options for gathering intel. One on P2W, the other Polybius. Either way, I'll learn something. As much as I would like to learn more about P2W and what they're doing, I do want to know more about the whole Polybius thing. Loxley, you and I, let's walk and talk, maybe get some lunch. If you have a chance to pick me up something, I appreciate it. I'll be trapped at the stage for the rest of the day.
Catch you later.
Have fun. I'll see you both later. Well now, always lovely to spend time with you. Shall we obtain a $9 convention hot dog, or... So what's Polybius? We're right to the thrust of the matter, are we? You're the one who suggested it. I know I haven't exactly pushed the issue before, but you're a hard man to pin down. If you're not team practice, you're out and about. If not out, you're hanging around the rest of the best team. Couldn't arrange a one-on-one yet. Not the serious and private sort of one-on-one I suspect this is going to need. Yes, I hope you opt to forget the matter entirely, but as just at the time, but I was just waiting for the right moment. I'm presuming this is the right moment. Am I right? I suppose, and I did promise to tell you more should you decide to ask, but not here, not in the middle of a crowd. Come along, there's a quiet spot outside where we can discuss this. He nods for me to follow as we depart the convention center. The semi-industrial area to the side of the building will do. Loxley glances around first to look for security cameras, and finding a convenient blind spot, he begins. Very well. If you must know that cursed machine, I shall share my knowledge. My recommendation is still that you try to pull the incident out of your mind. It's nothing to concern yourself about, really. Loxley, an arcade game wormed its way into my brain and made me hallucinate. My hand is still sore from touching that joystick even. Lingering pain. That is worrying. Have you felt any headaches? Or perhaps missing time? Holes in your memory? See, when you ask questions like that, it only makes me want to ask more questions, not fewer. It's time to level with me. What is Polybius? And why are you looking for it? I see. You're correct, of course. You deserve to know what you've encountered.
Uncertainty abounds.
Are you certain you don't want to back away from this? Focus on your championship ambitions, on supporting your friends and all that? If you're in trouble, supporting my friends means knowing more. You're my friend. Loxley, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not MXFOD2 with no other concerns in my life. I am concerned about my friends, including you. And if that was what I think it was, some kind of government agent, I think you're tangled up in more than just arcade justice crimes. This is serious. So help me help you. Help me understand, okay? My apologies. I do value our friendship, in truth, and it pains me to be unable to share every single detail, but I'll share what I can.
What do you know of Polybius?
That it doesn't exist. Supposedly. I did some research online immediately after getting home that night. It's a creepypasta. Nothing more than a tall tale of an arcade legend. Some kid had a seizure while playing Tempest, and the story blew up into this ridiculous tale of a brain-controlling CIA arcade experiment.
A perfect cover, yes? Much like stories of UFOs planted to hide the true yet mundane purpose of Area 51, to test captured Soviet spy planes. I'm afraid Polybius is quite real. The myth was purposefully spread to hide the truth. As near as we can tell, the game uses a biofeedback joystick to connect to the player's mind, analyzing synapses, downloading data, creating a reasonable approximation of the player's personality and memories. A digital ghost stored within the machine. It lures in its prey using hypnotic patterns, likely remnants of some MK Ultra research, and...
I'm sorry. Did I accidentally join the X-Files when I wasn't looking? MK Ultra? Seriously?
Seriously. You said you wanted to know the truth. This is the truth. It would be easier to doubt me and dismiss it all as a farce. And in fact, I wouldn't be adverse to you doing so.
Fine. Continue. Very well. Polybius uses the biofeedback link to connect to the player's mind. Wait, doesn't Jinx use a biofeedback joystick? We believe the technology was derived from Polybius, yes. Although without the malicious core Polybius driving it, her joystick is a harmless interface. If we could focus on that core, please. Right. Evil arcade game. Keep going. Polybius is designed to grind into one's existing anxieties and fears, leveraging them to break down your willpower. And once it's shattered all hope, wearing down your psyche, your mind belongs to the machine, and you no longer care to resist. Well, that's pleasant. I regret you have to be exposed to that sort of torment, no matter how briefly. Beyond that, I'm afraid there's little solid information I can offer. Only urban legends and conspiracy theories. The company that made the game, Slingshlashin. How do you pronounce that anyway? Honestly, no idea. Just use whatever you prefer. It matters not. Slingshlashin. The company went bankrupt in 1990X. They obviously made the game for some secret organization, but we know little beyond that. I've been searching for an intact Polybius machine for years. I tried to sneak in to retrieve the one from Hamza's warehouse, but I was busy playing it, and by the time you got me out of there, someone else had it. That creepy woman in black.
A bit concerning, that.
We're not the only ones seeking Polybius, needless to say, and that's where the true danger lies, in crossing paths with them. I can only hope that they haven't noticed your involvement. If I take risks for my friends, well, that's my business. But you, I didn't want to bring you any harm. With that, he exhales, a deep sigh as he finally gets this off his chest. And that's the truth of the matter.
I offer my sincere apologies.
Can you forgive me for holding back? 'Twas a noble attempt to shield you from such nightmares, but a failure. And I'll admit to that. And apologize. Deeply. Not sure how much of this I believe, honestly. From his voice, I can tell he believes every word of it, including his sincere apology. This is a serious betrayal of trust. Will it interfere with the best team? Wonderful. You got split loyalties over this quest to find a Polybius machine. Would be nice to know you're a shadow agent for mysterious Kamal before you sign on to our prototype run. To be fair, you didn't ask. Yes, because I routinely ask people, hey, silly question, are you covert operate in casual conversation? I say you betray our trust. Question is, how does this affect Team the Best Team? With a sigh, I push the anger down and resume. I don't want to get up in your business. And I don't want your business all up in my business. All I care about is Team the Best Team. Will your little side quest interfere with our prototype ambitions? Are you still with us? Absolutely. I pledge my blade in your honor, Shellshock. That does not change. There's plenty of loyalty to go around. And the loyalty I hold to this team is true. All of us have our own dreams and ambitions. My little side activity is simply one of those. It's entirely possible to have two ambitions in life. I will be at your side as we raise the trophy high. You have my word. Okay, at least I can trust in your dedication to the team. I'll have to accept that. For now.
Excellent.
Excellent. I'm glad we could. But you haven't really answered my question yet, have you? Pardon? I asked you, what is Polybius and why you're looking for it? You answered what? Not why. But I have pretty strong suspicion as to why you want Polybius so badly. It's because Iris was made using Polybius code. Isn't it? I know that Grace made Iris using Polybius code. Relax. I already talked about this over with Iris, whatever Polybius was. It's not what Iris wants to be, and she's trying to remove that code. That's not my concern.
I see. You're a clever one indeed.
You're the one who runs her new pirate servers, aren't you? Seeing as you and Iris both are hoping to find Polybius code.
Well, yes. My other friends, a group calling themselves the Ghost Monsters, are a network of underground hackers. We run the Iris Cloud servers.
I wonder if those were the same ghosts from the first game. The one where, like, where the leader of it was actually the daughter of Dekonami. It could be possible.
When Cooper Technologies abandoned Iris, Grace leaked the code. We honored prior debts to her allies and gave Iris new life. And now, it is my sworn duty to both protect Grace, the mother of Iris, and obtain an original Polybius machine.
It could actually be possible.
I will protect those that Iris holds dear, and I will find the source of the darkness in Iris's heart, so that Iris may use it to heal herself.
Curious, I glanced out of my phone screen Iris, did you know about Loxley's true identity before now? Her digital phone form fidgets a bit. No. Seems that learning this just now unlocks some dormant memory files from a folder labeled Need to Know Bases. When I started working with you, Shellshock, I was a default Iris with default memories. A basic set which would suffice for just about any client. Loxley's involvement and the search for Polybius, our desire to heal ourselves using that original code, that's not something most clients would need to know about. But if it helps, I trust them, and I trust you. So you weren't lying to me. No, the memories were locked to keep me safe, me and you. Both of them look a bit ashamed about all of this, even if their reasons may be justifiable. It's clearly not sat well with them. Seems the safety's gone right out the window, hasn't it? Assuming it was a good idea to begin with. Well, there you have it. The whole of my purpose. I wanted to protect you from this. I wanted to. I beg you. Do not tell Grace. Don't involve her in our troubles. Why? Don't you think she deserves to know? We owe her that much. And risk tangling her up in this web of intrigue? No. She deserves a peaceful life. Without the travails I endure. As do you, for that matter. Besides, if the others seeking Polybius take too much notice of Grace, others like the woman in black, no, I would never forgive myself for failing Grace. I won't make demands for your silence, of course. I have not earned such right. But please, consider my warning. You've given me plenty to think about, but you've also said you're still loyal to us, that we're still your friends. And I swear by that, whatever else I may be, I am a member of Team the Best Team. I am with you all to the end of the end. Well, so much for an easy life. Not only is there a Murder's Arcade game out there, but Loxley is part of the underground rebel movement supporting Iris, and now I'm stuck with that secret knowledge. But I'm the one who came to him. I'm the one who asked for the truth. If I wanted to stay comfortably in the dark, I wouldn't have done that, would I? Now, perhaps we should proceed to lunch as originally suggested. Deep conspiracy theory makes me hungry. I'm cool with lunch. As for being cool with Loxley, well, that's a bit more of a conflicted matter, but until he gives me a reason to do otherwise, I'll trust him. The two of us depart the alley to visit a number of food trucks that have parked outside.
Trust me, this is the best way to sample this fine city's cuisine. It's either this or the overpriced food court slot. Yes?
The food trucks are pretty good. Like, they may be a bit pricey, but they are bang for your buck, depending on what you get. There's quite a few that are great, but most of them are great. Not that the food trucks are particularly cheaper, but the chow does smell delightful in comparison to the compressed grease and pig parts on offer inside. The food court food is hit and miss, but more miss than hit. Sometimes you might find something like a hidden gem, but more of the time it's not going to be great. Like, for example, the pizza in the Boston Convention Center is terrible. With food acquired, including extra takeout for Rhapsody, we lean against the side of the building and chow down in the cool, refreshing air. I think I'm done dealing with wild conspiracies for the day, and pushing Loxley harder and harder on that front might push him away. You know, I'm glad you're still interested in the championship, given your mysterious extracurricular activities.
Absolutely. No matter what else I may be, I'm a gamer at heart. And even if, technically, I should be keeping a low profile, well, the spotlight beckons. You know I love showing up the injustices of the arcade industry, yes? Well, the injustices of the esports scene are likewise ripe for the picking.
Hey, Lols, how you doing? Good to see you.
Take today's backstabbing by P2W, for example. If you ever want to know why people are bastards to each other, well, follow the money, I say.
You think Valkyrie bribed Crimson Tiger or something?
Not with money, no. But favor? Absolutely. The main rule of capitalism is that the big fish eats the little fish. But if that's too obvious a play, the big fish need only deprive the little fish of nourishment.
That's true. I'm doing good, about to sleep, but get up early tomorrow, but I'm good. Been busy with doing school and work. Nice. Glad to hear that things have been going well on your end, Lols. Like I've been seeing some of the artwork you've been sharing recently, and it's been great. Keep up the awesome work, please.
Preventing the little fish from growing strong enough to ever truly challenge the bigger fish.
She claims she was doing it to teach us that valuable life lesson. But I doubt that. At the time, Valkyrie claimed she was doing this to protect us from our own mistakes. It almost seemed motherly. No problem, lols. But now, yeah, I'm thinking your theory holds water. She just doesn't want a rival to rise to her level. And will that stop us? Definitely not.
Justice prevails.
Excellent. Let your heart be your compass, and it will forever point to your true north. With the last out of our lunch consumed, Loxley stretches out, getting ready to merge back into the crowds of Max. Well, you have the afternoon ahead of you to enjoy this impromptu vacation, and Marion and I have work to do to secure the sponsor. We'll check in with you later, once we have some results. Be ready to go at the drop of the hat, though. This may move quickly if all goes as hoped. Move where? Go where? Towards our destiny. That is both inspiring and profoundly unhelpful. If you ever want anything, let me know. I'm always down to make you something at a decent price. I'll definitely get back to you on that, for sure, lols. I'll definitely talk, because I might have some ideas, and the moment that I have any ideas, I'll run it by you and we'll work something out. He departs with a chuckle, choosing to leave it at that. With Loxley's business concluded, I'm cut adrift again to wander the floors of Max. And you know what? I think I'm getting used to the chaos. I'm getting used to the crowds. Okie dokie, I got you, bro. Yep, absolutely. And dare I say it, I'm kind of having fun. Yeah, because these conventions are always fun. I'm going to be going to PAX this year, so I'm looking forward to that. Losing our sponsors is a setback to be sure, but we're still on a winning streak. Why worry? We'll overcome this challenge. You got a pat in the head, too. I appreciate that. My trajectory is straight upward. Nothing's going to change that. I'm a winner, a champion, and the rest of the world needs to catch up to that idea. Stale Pringle. Well, my favorite Pringles are the pizza ones. It's been years I've been at a con. Yeah, conventions are the best. Especially if we go in with friends. In the here and now, there's Max. There's fun to be had, and darn it, I should have some fun.
Beep, beep.
Shell shock? Curious, I pulled my phone from my pocket to be greeted by a smiling Iris.
I've been analyzing your conversational tone and heart rate ever since this morning. Aside from a brief spike of stress early on, you're doing well.
Awesome. Facts, yep.
I'm glad our efforts are paying off.
Yeah, we'll be back on track with the Pro Tour in no time.
No. I mean our efforts at helping you with your mental health issues.
My what? If you mean that my desire to win, maybe I get too fixated, but I won't go so far as to call it a mental health issue.
Call it what you like, but know that I think you're in a much healthier place now. You and the rest of your team.
Seeing the best team, yep.
Think about it. You're all here pulling for a common cause, but also relaxing and enjoying time spent with friends. You're in a better place. And trust me, so are they.
It'll be a while before I had a choice to either more or use all my money for conventions. Traveling by right to move. Yeah, you definitely want to move.
In fact, I'd say the real victory was...
Please don't say the friends we made along the way.
No matter what label you give it, the fact that you've all bonded over your woes and joys, your troubles and triumphs, it says a lot, you know?
I guess. It hasn't been that long, but I already feel close to everyone in Team Best Team.
Anyone in particular strike your fancy?
What fancy and how is it being struck?
Don't forget, when we first started on this path together, I said that you might even find romance. They're your friends, yes, but they love and care about you, even if some wouldn't use those exact words. For some, perhaps that goes a little further than you might think. I know you wanted to keep things cool at first. You told me you weren't interested in flirting, but, well, you've had a lot of time to get to know them, yes? Maybe it's time to start thinking more about who's interested in you and your interest in them. Now, don't feel obliged to make a move yet. I'm still calculating your relationship data and emotional analytics. I can advise you as to the right time. Just something to think about, okay?
You know, there's someone who makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. It's funny you should bring this up, actually. Now that I think about it, there is someone who I love to spend more time with. Ooh, who? You have to ask. You're the emotional interpreter. You sure you can figure it out? Ah, but I wanted spoilers. Come on, please. Nope, no spoilers. Sorry, you figure it out, Iris. Yeah, but the money, so far the money has been good in making sure I'm stable, just waiting for this check to come in from work. All right. Also fair. Nah, not gonna spoil it. You'll find out when you find out. Boo. But okay, it's up to you how much data you want to give me. Thanks, I'll do everything I can to help you in your love life. Just say the word. Anyway, you got the rest of the afternoon to spend with your friends. How about I open your map and point out where they are now? Sure, show me what you got. Now, performing location search. Beep, beep, ding. Here you are. Let's start with the, Wait, is that my rival hanging around the palace booth? Why is Glemo's car at the palace booth? I figured he would be around at Max's P2W or participating in the tournament and still our sponsor. But at the palace? Shouldn't he be with his team? And as if reading my thoughts, Iris chimes in. The main matches just concluded and now they're setting up for finals. P2W easily got through the ranks. Thanks for that, Iris. Finals don't start for another few hours, so Glemo's car's probably enjoying Max. Just like you. I should go make sure that's what's really going on and Glemo's car isn't causing any trouble. I got $155 bonus from work. I'm so happy because I helped with one of the shows for the planetarium we have for the post credits and our pre-cap, per cap work was crazy high. So we got a $55 bonus. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Iris and I continued our conversation as we walked through the show floor. The palace. Then their CEO flee the country after, like being outed for fraud and crimes and stuff. You mean Deco Nami? No one knows where he is or what happened to him. The corporation that Deco left behind rebranded from Deco's palace to merely the palace. Sadly, they're still going strong and making life more difficult for smaller arcades. I sigh as I approach the overly bright, overly flashy booth compared to others. This one's twice the size, is huge. The palace spares no expense at Max. It's a maze of ticket games, prize booths, and some more traditional arcade cabinets. They even have an FOD2 cab. That's exactly where I see Glemo's car. Glemo's car's playing alone, and by the looks of it, is not having a great time. He appears to be haphazardly going through the motions of the game, not really paying attention to the game itself or its surroundings. So I take this opportunity to saddle next to him and press the second player button. The words "a new teammate has joined" burst onto the screen and were brought back to character select. Huh? Oh, it looked like you could use a partner. Huh, ain't the truth. Playing by myself is not as exciting as you think. What are you doing here? I thought you and the best team got booted from the tournament. No thanks to us. I thought you'd be on your way home now. Nah, no point in sulking at home when there's so much at PAX to see and experience. Isn't that what you're doing? Showing what the palace has to offer? Glemo's car mumbles something incomprehensible, ignoring making eye contact with me and continues to sluggishly push buttons. Something's definitely up with him. Where's that playful spirit I enjoy so much? Before joining P2W, Glemo's car was all smiles and jokes when we were together. But it feels like ever since that team recruited him, his shining personality has been subdued. Everything okay? Makes me to see Glemo's car so downtrodden. I can't help but wonder what's going on with him. But okay, Shell, I gotta get going. I gotta go to U-Haul with my pops and tomorrow to do some packing. And I got school at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, good night. Take care, lols. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by as always. Hey, Glemo's car. Is everything okay with you? You don't seem like you're having a good time here at the palace. We can talk about it. You can talk to me about it if you like. Sad smile spreads on his lips. I'm fine. Obviously, he's not fine. He's on the verge of tears. The pain in his eyes is clear as the night sky. Regardless of that, he keeps playing, pushing the buttons mindlessly, forcing himself to continue the game. Placing a comforting hand on his forearm, I smile kindly at him. Glemo's car, what are you doing to yourself? What do you think I'm doing? I'm training up for the finals. You can do that anywhere, especially at Max. I passed like 4 separate FOD cabinets walking over here. There's a specific reason why you're here. Glemo's car sighs heavily, no longer holding anything back from me. I've always trained at the palace. It's got the toughest competitors. Not in the sense of the most skilled or talented, of course. I can just look to my team for that. The palace brings forth the worst, most vitriolic people in the community. Heck, They openly support it and even sponsor known bigots. Why am I not surprised? Being great in competitive games isn't just about being good at a game. It's about withstanding the abuse. First of all, hot dogs for $9 is highway robbery. Don't ever spend like $9 on hot dogs. Second, if you're trying to withstand abuse as a way to get through something, it's not healthy. It's not healthy at all. That's going to make you feel a whole lot worse down the road. You may not see it at the moment, but it will have a lot of repercussions regarding your mental health and maybe even your physical health. I come to the palace because without fail, they will always find the vilest words. I just step up to my spot and the berating starts. I wish that fucker, asshole, and untalented hack were the worst of it, but it's not. That's awful, Glimmel's car. Why put yourself through that? I have to. You probably don't even hear it when you're up on the stage. People adore you and your team. You had nothing but good press. While my team gets booed. They taunt me. They call for my death. They don't see that I'm not like the rest of them. In this game, you have to be strong. You have to block all that out. You can't falter. If you let your mind wander to those insults, you can't focus on the game. You can't focus on your plays. You have to prove to yourself and to everyone around that you're fucking good. Little Scar looks down at his shaking hands, breaking eye contact with me. Damn, Def, I hate these people. Yep, I hate that too. So I come here to the palace. If I've already experienced all that and worse, then what is it when it comes time for me to perform in matches that matter? I'm already numb to it all. I'm at a loss for words. Nothing I could say feels appropriate, so I'll let him continue. It's draining, you know, to be constantly berated and yelled at, to be called offensive names, told that you're nothing. Lomoscar sniffles, bring his hands to wipe the corner of his eye. You build up this thick skin, and you word so proudly, like some shining armor. But deep down, little by little, it wills out your core. It's heartbreaking. I let the silence remain, each lost in our own thoughts. It's only the flashing game over screen that brings us back. So, Shellshock, don't think trash talking me will get under my skin. It just won't work. Glimoscar has newly restored energy, seemingly back to his old attitude, smiling and laughing. Maybe our little chat helped get some things off his chest, but its words don't fully convince me. Come on, I dare you to say your worst to me during finals. Double dare you. See if you can break me. No way, I'll be cheering you on. Does Glimoscar really expect me to trash talk him after all we've been through together? I don't think so. If I could be there in the crowd for your final match, I'm absolutely going to be cheering you on. I'll be the loudest voice you hear. I promise. That's not necessary. Listen, Shellshock. I should really get back to my teammates before they start to think I'm ghosting them for finals. I'll catch you later. Glimoscar takes a few quick steps away from the cabinet, only to pause for a stride. He looks back to me. Shellshock? Thanks. I can't say I'm not worried about Glimoscar. That was certainly a heavy conversation we just had. And I'm not sure if that made my relationship with Glimoscar better or worse. But what I do know is that I need to go do something else. I just need a moment to decompress from all of this. Alright, so let's go to this NES pad and see that Grace is happily playing every indie game she can find. But this one place I'm definitely going to find Grace, it's the indie section. Indie Max, previously known as IMAX before they got sued, occupies a large section of the show floor. Not as flashy as the Palace, not as popular, but visually quite distinct. I spot Grace playing some currently untitled Goose Game. Oh, that's a good game, by the way. Navigating an irritating waterfowl around with a joystick. So, is this the game for birds? Huh? It's a pun because birds in a game. Oh, I see. That's very clever. Hey, check this out. Check this out. After the game ends, Gray steps away and the arcade game doesn't simply go into its looping, demonstrating mode. Instead, a menu pops open with a dozen different indie arcade titles on offer, each playable for a mere quarter. Even the marquee art across the top shifts and blurs. It's not a painted backlit sign. It's an anime LCD screen, which changes based on the game being played. Did Untitled Goose Game came out after or before this game? It came out after the first game, but before this one. Because the first game came out in 2019. And Untitled Goose Game also came out in 2019, but months later. But this came out in 2022, so yeah. Goose Game came before this one.
Wow.
Nice, huh? It's called Indie Cab. It's a multi-game that even changes the cabinet's art based on what you're playing. If you roll one of these out in an arcade and buy up a bunch of indie games for it, you can play anything you like. So, multicades aren't anything new. Domino plays on one all the time, and Jinx hacked her fast car 7 to be racing multicade. I've seen some multicades before. I remember there was one that had a lot of Capcom games. So I played a lot of Street Fighter on that. I played Mega Man the Power Battle and Strider, Captain Commando, Final Fight. They had a lot of classic Capcom games on there. Right, but those are hacks. This one's a platform. Games are distributed digitally and legally. The whole thing is powered by a generic PC inside the cabinet. The indie devs get paid for their hard work, and don't even have to manufacture a bunch of expensive one-off single game cabinets to get their game out there.
That's wonderful.
IndieCap is really going to revolutionize indie arcade games. No more limited edition runs of arcade games because they can't afford to make a bunch of copies. You can replace the entire arcade with one single machine? Sweet. Holy crap, this is definitely a game changer. You don't even need a giant arcade, just one machine. Wait, no, you need a few so you can have more than one player. But still, hell of a way to optimize an arcade, right? Well, yeah, but there's a big drawback. It's still a generic cabinet. If your game isn't specifically designed around one stick and a few buttons, if you want custom art or sit-down experience or anything unusual, then it's a bad fit, huh? Yeah, and honestly, I hate to see every single game move to generic cab. I've seen Japanese arcades that are just endless white candy cabs, and it's kind of boring. Yep, I've seen those cabs. I like the design of those cabs, but I prefer the cabinets that have a lot of its own personal style. As someone who grew up with a lot of the upright cabinets, because here's how I grew up with arcades. Because there were some arcade cabinets where it's somewhere like at least like a little over 6 feet tall. You would see the monitor that plays the game, and then they would have 2 sets of buttons and joysticks. In some cases, they would have specific games that can handle up to 4 players. But I've also played a game that handled up to 6 players, and that game was X-Men. It was a 6-player X-Men beat-em-up game from Konami, where you had a team of X-Men that had to take on like the evil mutants from the Brotherhood. You fight Magneto. That game was notorious for Magneto shouting out, "X-Men, welcome to die!" That game was wild. I love that game. Because I'm a sucker for classic side-scrolling beat-em-ups. I love the Ninja Turtles games, Simpsons. Then there's other games like Final Fight, Captain Commando, Knights of the Round. But if you want to play them on home console, there's the Streets of Rage series. You also got Golden Axe. There's plenty of like side-scrolling beat-em-ups. I grew up with those. But I also grew up with racing, fighting games. Like, racing has to be its own cabinet. You have to make it look like a car that you can be able to just drive. That way, we have the steering wheel. Because the thing is with arcade games, depending on the genre, you want to give it the perfect experience that makes it so that when you go inside an arcade, it feels like you're going to like an indoor amusement park, where they have different attractions. I've seen Afterburner arcade machines that aren't simple arcade machines, but rather you just get you get yourself on like this aviation like an orbital aviation like device. I've seen something like that for Space Harrier as well. That is absolutely dope. Or if you play a game like Hang On or Super Hang On, and it's a motorcycle. See, I could go on and on about these things, but if you want more amusement, there's also the DDR machines like Dance Dance Revolution. Dance Dance Revolution, like in the late 90s and the 2000s, took arcades by storm. Like, if there was anything that would at least keep arcades alive for a while, DDR was definitely, like, it was DDR, fighting games, light gun games, racing games. Those were fun. Those were great games. Like, those were fun to play. Still, these are issues I feel indies can solve. Indie games development is all about being flexible and adapting. Yeah, I can keep going on and on with these tangents about, like, how I feel about, like, arcade games, because I'm very passionate for arcade games. I love them. If I had my own place, because I'm living with my mom right now, but if I had my own place and I was able to afford it, I would spend some money on some arcade cabinets. Not really so much about the arcade 1-up stuff, but rather the actual machines. But they're pretty pricey. You gotta make sure to take care of it. What I would do is I would go out of my way to clean them up, paint them a bit with the exact color that I need, restore it so that the cabinets look new. Like, they look completely new. Ready to be played. And you know, as the soon-to-be award-winning designer of the Wanderlost Trail, am I right or am I right? Right. That's not exactly a confident declaration. What's wrong, Grace? I've kind of been developing my game for the last 5 years, not including restarting from scratch twice. And I'm not sure when or if I'll ever be done. So it's in development hell, as it were. It's more that I can't settle on one approach. It's a hopeful game about fighting for a future, a peaceful game about a quiet life, just a nostalgic RPG throwback. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's for the best. I'm way more focused on Discomfort 2 right now. It's not like the Wanderlost Trail was going anywhere. Instinctively, I find myself nodding in agreement. We're on a roll with Pro Tour victories, and being a winner takes plenty of hard work. But that instinct gets yanked back hard on seeing how conflicted Grace seems to be. Grace, I don't want you to feel like my dreams of glory are more important than your dreams as a game designer. No, it's not that. It's just, I guess, I'm worried I'm turning into some aimless author, endlessly tinkering away on a going nowhere project. I want Wanderlost Trail to be something special. Something of meaning and worth, which can help light the path for others. Maybe I'm not decisive enough, not strong enough to really create something with that kind of weight. I don't know. Without a clear direction, I'm too creatively blocked right now to proceed. But that leaves me more with time to practice my FOD2 skills, right? Which helps my friends. I like supporting my friends. So that's good, right? Artists still need downtime. Playing FOD2 during the Pro Tour can help you refresh. Grace. Even the greatest artists in history needed some downtime to recharge their batteries. If taking your mind off your game and focusing on FOD2 works for you, good. But I'm not the least bit worried about Wanderlost Trail. I know that once you're ready, you'll make a wonderful game. So don't think of this as a failing. It's just a way to exercise your mind on other problems. So it's strong and ready to face game development challenges, okay? Okay. I mean, yeah, that's right. It's not about being lost. It's about trying new directions so I can find my way. Maybe I could work my new FOD2 knowledge into Wanderlost Trail. And competitive aspect to it? Wait, no, it's a game about collaboration and sharing, not about competing for resources, but, Already I can see the gears turning behind her eyes as new ideas are introduced to her creative machine. It's worth thinking about, at least. And once the Pro Tour's finished, well, maybe I'll be ready. Yeah, I'll be ready. Thanks, Shellshock. That's a good perspective. For now, let's focus on FOD2. I know we got booted out of today's tournament, but there are plenty more tournaments to come. More qualification points to earn. I'm ready, willing, and able to fight for my friends. You can count on me. Never had a doubt about that. You value your friends dearly. Okay. I should finish checking out all these cool indies before the show floor closes.
Thanks a bunch.
Thanks for your words of encouragement, Miss Shellshock. You're the best. Always nice to help cheer up someone deserving a cheer. Okay. I'm freshly invigorated. Who do I talk to next? Let's figure it all out. Hello? Can you hear me? Your voice went all robotic for a second. It's like there's more radio signals in this building than actual oxygen. I said that if you give me a can you see if you can get what? Repeat the last bit? Click.
Are you kidding
Damn it,
me?
I swear to God, I'm spiking this phone straight into the floor if I get one more drop call.
Huh?
God. How long were you standing there? Long enough to wonder if you're going to straight up smash your phone or not. I phoned up Jinx early today. You get a better signal outside the building. What? And expose myself to the concentrated carbon emissions of a dozen food trucks? Hell no.
Well, this sucks.
This monkey wrenches my plans. I mean, I can improvise, but I'm not sure what to do for Jinx. Clarification, please? I'm trying to get a little gift for everyone on the team. Something personal, you know. Something I know they'll like. I got Domino a little vinyl pop figure of a sad anime boy. Loxley got a foam pixel sword. I found a really good broadcast set for Rhapsody on discount. I found a pretty sweet Euro board game for Grace. Like, one of those where you place workers and trade wheat for sheep and crap. But I'm not sure what to get for Jinx. I have a hard time reading her, you know? She's so normally quiet. Okay, let's work through this. What are your options? I got 3. There's a plastic steering wheel controller for Grace's retro consoles, a used copy of the Fast Car 6 soundtrack on the vinyl, and I don't know, like a Max hoodie. But she doesn't really want hoodies. The controller's kind of junky, and as for Fast Cars, I heard the guy who made it like did appropriate things with a badger or something. Help me out here, okay? What do you think she'll like the most? Fast Cars music might be a rare find if the game got shut. Yeah, I don't know why badger. Even if the game's taboo, music is music, right? And it's a rare find, which is a plus. Maybe she enjoyed rocking out to some FC tunes while she's playing FC7. Kind of risky, but hell, why not? It's a record made by an entirely different company. It's not like the jerk buck who made the game is getting a dime off the sale. Let's get that. With a gift selection made, we step in line to very gradually approach the makeshift boost cash register. Given the amount of people in line ahead of us clutching soon-to-be-purchased nerd totems, it's going to take a while. Hey, wait. You mentioned gifts for everyone except me. Oh, I was planning to be in your hotel room wrapped up in a bow tonight. I don't know if that's a joke or serious offer. With you, it could be either. Yes and yes, but also no, I got you this instead. And she pulls a small plush FOD2 dolly from her backpack and presses it in my hands. Here you go. You're a Tomokaze main, yeah? Stick this next to your pillow so you can cozy it up on to your generic make every protagonist tonight. Although, if you prefer, I could toss this in the bin and then go scouting around town for some really high quality ribbons of wrapping paper. Relax. I'm kidding. I got plans for myself tonight already. Plans for what? What plans? What matter of plans, may I ask? Duh, it's Max. This is the party capital of the nerd world. Game publisher parties with game-themed cocktails, room parties which result in furniture tossed out the window into the pool, or even just hanging out in the hotel bar. Man, if you can't have fun at Max, you're not even trying, or possibly dead. I thought this was an interesting trade event, not a party. I mean, I haven't seen anything partying yet. You've been sticking to the expo floor. You gotta know people who can get you into the good stuff, and that only happens off-site and at night. Concerts by gamer-themed bands, augmented reality mobile game, pub crawls to catch pocket monsters, all sorts of great stuff is out there. Have I ever been to any PAX after parties? No. The reason why is because some of them were long lines to get in, and I feel like if I were to wait a while just to get into any of those after parties, it would be extremely late, and especially when I need to sleep for the next day or something, before the next day of PAX. That, or I look at the guest list, and they would have like an RSVP only, and it's a first come first serve. If you don't get in, you don't get in. Simple as that. Like, you have to make sure to get the stuff, the invites, if you know the people, or if you have to pay a certain amount of money to get into some of these after parties. Like, you would pay various amounts, but I tend to just skip them. And I don't know if I'm going to be doing any after parties this year. That, and none of my friends really want to go. But if any of my friends go, I might consider it.
Awesome sauce. Max
is just a starting point. The rally marker everybody flocks around. The real hotness is the community around Max, and they know how to partay. How about you and I hit the town? You're fun. We can find some fun and have fun with the fun. It'd be fun. Yeah. You have me at par. The tay is merely bonus. I'm in. You have my curiosity, but now you have my attention. I would very much like the par, especially with heavy amounts of tay.
Aw, yeah.
Partay it is. Let's burn this town down to the foundations with our sheer awesomeness. You won't regret the shell shock. Well, okay. Maybe you'll regret it, but you'll at least have fun doing things you'll deeply regret the next day. So what do you have planned for us? Gonna start an Atari promo event. Bit tame, but hey, you gotta ramp into these things. I am not much of a party person either. I'm most likely to sit in a corner not to draw attention. Yeah. Next, I got an invite from an old rival of mine to join a pub crawl. I figured we'd do that until we can't walk straight, then join a hotel room party. I usually tend to go to if I ever do go to any party, it has to be with people I know. Which room party exactly? We'll figure that part out when we get to it. But all that can wait. Still a few more hours of Max before we close out the day, right? I'm gonna wrap up my shopping, dump all my crap back in the hotel, get some dinner, and then lock and load for party times. Meet you back here when the expo hall closes, so we can commence the fun. You got it. Kick ass. Slinging her bag of swag over one shoulder, Zapper turns heel and marches back into the fray of Max. So she's turning heel. Does that mean that she hits somebody in the back or in the head with a steel chair, and then the fans start booing, and then all of a sudden she starts yelling at the fans saying, "Oh, fuck all of you. You're trash. Fickle." Hopefully we'll both survive tonight's festivities. Now, where to next? As I explore around Max, going up and down the aisles and taking it all in, I see something flicker in the corner of my eye. A shadowy vision that makes my heart start beating so briefly. Is that creepy secret agent type person from Hamza's tournament? What the heck is she doing just wandering around Max? Not only that, but clearly scanning the crowd looking for something. Or someone. If Loxley's right and she's one of the dangerous groups seeking out Polybius hardware, getting spotted by her would be a bad thing. I do my best to blend in the crowd to avoid drawing her attention. No need to cause problems for myself or Loxley. Fortunately, hiding in a crowd the size of Max is easily done. I keep my back turned as she walks past, busying herself with watching a game trailer on a nearby monitor. Countdown from 10 backwards. Calm yourself. Breathe. Okay. Damn it, unjust universe. I don't have time to deal with creepy conspiracy theories and mysterious women in black. I got an esports team to run. In fact, I should be checking in with Loxley and Rhapsody about their sponsor solution. If we're going to recover from this nosedive and start winning again, we need to. Shelly Primo. Or should I refer to you as Shell Shock? Play it cool. Play it cool. Play it cool. Play it cool. Yes, can I help you with something? Yes, that's my name. Have we met before? Can I help you with something? Or your cooperation will be advisable, yes. Always happy to help a stranger in need. I didn't quite catch your name, miss. My name is not important. What's important is your cooperation in regards to a certain arcade game you played at a recent tournament. I believe the name was Polybius, yes? No idea what you're talking about. I have little doubt that you're extremely aware of what I'm talking about. Tell me, have you been experiencing any numbness or tingling in your hands? Perhaps moments of disorientation or night terrors? I'm fine. And I still don't know what you're talking about. Interesting. MX Primo, contrary to what certain criminal annoyances may or may not have told you, I am not your enemy. My only interest is public safety, keeping dangerous artifacts away from citizens such as yourself. Any information you can offer me would be appreciated. When you're ready to talk, here's my number. She presses a blocked business card into my tingling hand, and boasts on it is simply the number 6. No area code, no exchange, no other digits whatsoever. 6? Your phone number is just 6? How am I supposed to? And she melts back into the crowd, somehow managing to vanish in the throng of gamers despite wearing an outfit that make her stand out anywhere other than funeral. As she departs, I pull out my phone to enter the number into my contacts. Why not? And then I notice the icon for Iris is missing. No, wait, there it is, peeking from the side, jittering a little before scooting back into place. Iris, something wrong? I was almost hacked just now. When that woman approached you, there was an intrusion into your phone over the Max Cellular Tower. What? Did the cyber police seriously just hack me or something? The poke's gone now, but it was scanning your phone to see what apps you had installed. I got scared and quickly hid my data before it found anything. I mean, I'm a pirated software service. You could have gotten in trouble. Loxley implies she was part of a dangerous group that's trying to hack down Polybius machines. And if your personality systems at some primitive level are based on Polybius technology, then she was looking for me. Good thing I hid then. We better avoid her in the future. Between Valkyrie trying to destroy our team for our own good, Good accusing me of ruining his life, and now a creepy agent getting all over my business, this day is not exactly going according to plan. I'm supposed to be in the semifinals of the tournament by this point. Before anxiety can truly set up shop in my brain and get to work twanging those nerves, my teammates approach all smiles.
Victory, a fine adventure.
Victory for Team the Best Team. We have completed arrangements with our new sponsor. Don't celebrate before we actually won, Loxley. We aren't quite there yet. There's going to be an interview process. Sort of. Are you being vague on purpose again? Actually, this time we're being vague under orders. Our sponsor wants to see how you perform with zero preparation. If we spoil what's in store, the deal's off. Seriously, is it too much to ask that something in my life be straightforward and simple?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a bit unconventional. But I think you'll be pleased with the results. Everything should be ready within an hour, and Rhapsody's ringtone, an upbeat K-pop song distracts them. 1 minute, Shell Shock, this might be related.
You've gotta be kidding.
Hello? This is Rhapsody. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, wait, what? Seriously? That's amazing. Okay, bye. Rhapsody puts away their phone and I look at them expectantly. We have an unanticipated guest at the FOD base. Part 1. What is the FOD base? Instead of having a booth on the main show floor, they set up camp in a side area for everything and anything related to FOD. They have their own panels, voice actors and devs signing autographs, cosplay contests, photo ops, the whole thing. Part 2, who's the guest? Jason Takeshi. If memory serves me correctly, he's the lead developer on FOD.
I vibe with it.
The very same. The one who was the brains behind our favorite game. It'd be an honor to finally meet him. Would you like to come with me, Shellshock? Touch fingers with the creator? Actually, I was rather hoping to pull Shellshock away for a bit to assist me in a small matter. Do you see the booth for the palace over yonder? Yeah. I dropped in on Glittle's car earlier. Apparently, they're a cesspit of bad pit behavior. Their esports scene is indeed foul and unpleasant, but the primary stock in trade is bilking children out of their money with colorful prize games. Serving multiple audiences with unpleasant but highly profitable approaches has granted them considerable strength in this industry. A position of power they freely abuse, with a phalanx of lawyers to defend themselves against accusations of encouraging gambling in minors with their scammy prize games. Oh boy.
Shall we?
Tell me, Shellshock, how would you feel about engaging in some arcade justice with me? You're going to do crimes again, aren't you? If by doing crimes you mean break into their data network and steal corporate intel about their latest secret scheme, then yes, I'm going to do crimes. But I'll bear the burden of naughtiness for the most part. What I need is someone to play distraction for me while I slip in and liberate the data.
Sounds good to me.
Heck yes, crimes. I can't stand the palace myself. Never have or will I ever cast there. It tarnishes esports' reputation with their poor sportsmanship. I hoped that after Deco Nami vanished, the company would go bankrupt at least, but sadly it's still hanging around. Seeing Loxley take them down a peg would be honestly kind of nice. I can go to the FOD base by myself if you prefer to help him. Either way, we should be ready with when the new sponsor wants to see us in an hour, so we leave this decision to you, friend. Well, Loxley, let's burn down the palace. Not literally. Who doesn't like Who doesn't like taking a $1 billion arcade tyrant down a peg? Loxley, we ride. Tally ho and such. Don't worry, this won't take long, and the team shouldn't feel any repercussions. My plan is sheer elegance and simplicity.
Catch you later.
Hope you both have some fun. Meanwhile, I'm going to go have fun mingling with some very influential people. Actually, before we engage in criminal antics, I think you should know something. I had a weird encounter with this woman in black suit just now, someone who was keenly interested in Iris. I'm aware of her. Not the time or place to discuss.
An unpleasant business, this?
Needless to say, she's one of the reasons I didn't want to trouble you with all this nonsense I'm involved in. I did mention other parties were interested in Polybius, yes? Rest assured that we'll maneuver to avoid her today. Agreed? I like to avoid a repeat of that encounter, yes. Very well. Let's resume our normal tomfoolery. With an eye of caution, of course. So what's the plan? Do you need Iris to hack something?
A winner is you!
I'm ready, willing, and able. No firewall or antivirus software will stop me from supporting Shellshock streams. Let's take out the palace. Cowabunga. Yep. I admire your determination, but no. I'd rather handle the hack personally. Let's go with Iris, guided by human experience, is a winning combination. And I've more than experience than you in such matters. Fair enough. So, you're going to use your Iris for this? Indeed. Marion and I can make short work of the palace servers. Ugh. On hearing her name, Loxley's phone hanging halfway out of his pocket trips away in delight. Forsooth, what noble transgressions must we perform in the name of the king and the country? Gainst against enemies, I shall stand true, my liege. Huzzah! Marion, you don't need to lay it on quite that thick with the gimmick. She's enthusiastic.
Hey,
hello,
listen.
Marion. I don't think we met. I'm Iris.
Hey,
I too am Iris. I've grown and adapted to meet the needs of my user, and besides, it's fun. Huzzah! Whoa! I figured all the Irises knew each other already. Oh, we have bare bones communal meeting space within our crowd, but generally we're busy with our own users. And all our data is encrypted, even from each other, to ensure user privacy. Nary a secret shall spill from my lips, my lord.
Shall we?
Now let's get to work. You see the representative over there in the blue jacket? Spotted. I need you to distract him while I plug Marion into the network. Whatever you can do to keep his attention engaged and focused on you. But you can't simply make a big dramatic scene. Nothing that will draw the attention of max security forces. Just hold his focus. Keep his focus. Don't start trouble. Got it? I'm going to need at least 3 uninterrupted minutes. I'll rendezvous with you back in the indie game area when done. Ready? Ready. Loxley tugs his hood up and over to conceal his features as he blends back in the crowd. Okay, be charming, be distracting. How do I want to approach the situation? Approach as a member of team, the best team. Burying a lie in the truth makes sense. Loxley may not want our name involved in this. In this case, go badly. In case things go badly, but I think I can play the part well enough to avoid that. Excuse me. Hello. Welcome to the Palace, the premier center for family entertainment, esports action, and more. Do you have any questions? I'm Shellshock, manager for Team the Best Team. We're an up-and-coming esports team, and I'm curious what the Palace has to offer regarding competitive play. Yep. As Loxley slides up to an open USB port on display unit, I can see him wince as I drop my actual name. Might not have been the best choice, but I can make this work. Hey, Shack plays with the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you guys had a good stream. Hope you enjoyed Marvel Rivals. For those who don't know me, here is my raid message. I am ShellshockPrime. I am a variety streamer. I play platformers, action, adventure, RPGs, fighting games, and more. Modern, indie, and retro gaming all alike. Besides games, I'm into movies, comics, anime, wrestling, graphic design, Ninja Turtles, and more. All follow alerts are anonymous, lurker-friendly, understandable. If you need a rated run, puns and dad jokes are welcome. Thanks for the raid. Enjoy the stream. Well, I hope you enjoyed Marvel Rivals. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Currently playing Arcade Spurs New Challengers, where I am going through the game and seeing just how it is. It's really good so far. Man, you got that down to a science. Yep, it's the way I do it. Oh, but yeah, how's Marvel Rivals tonight? Oh, we host tournaments weekly at all locations. Discomfort 2, Fast Car 7, head-to-head speedrun competitions in Super Fantasy Planet. Not bad. We focus on Discomfort 2, but our team has diverse interests. By any chance, are you interested in sponsoring a young team such as ours? Look, I can't completely rely on Loxley and Rhapsody to solve this one. I need to check all the available options. We have more victories than defeats tonight, which is nice. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. I really need to play some more Rivals, but I gotta get my friends on board. Actually, there may be opportunities available. We're looking for fresh new content creators, one willing to help us promote our latest innovation. Tell me, do you enjoy redemption games? Redemption? Is this a religious thing? Games that earn tickets to be redeemed for valuable prizes. The Palace has the best redemption games in the world. Joysticks and buttons are the past. What fun is a game that doesn't earn you any rewards? But the Palace feels there's room for even further innovation in this play space, switching things up to make the games even more exciting. What if, and follow me on this journey, the rep puts an arm around a shoulder while making a sweeping gesture, as if gazing towards the bright horizon of tomorrow, and nearly spots Loxley in the process, so I quickly speak up. I'm already interested. No need to embellish. What you got for me? What if, instead of exchanging tickets for prizes directly, you could exchange tickets for a loot box? That's worse. That's worse because you could get something random. It's a crapshoot on whether or not you're going to get anything good. And there's a very strong chance you're going to get something you don't want. What? What? We're replacing all the prizes in the Palace with loot boxes. There could be anything in there. A rare collectible, a brand new phone, the keys to a sports car, perhaps. The more you play, the more loot boxes you earn. And with our new Palace Battle Pass, esports players can earn free loot boxes for participating in our competitions. Battle Pass? Why, you might even earn cosmetics. Like eyeshadow lipstick? Well, yes, if you choose to trade tickets for one of our pink Gamer Princess loot boxes. That's pretty misogynistic with the way that they're handling it. but I meant more like customization options for your profile on the palasarcade.com. These guys suck. But wait, there's more. Rare drops from our esports themed loot boxes like the Monster Box or the Leak Crate can earn you boosters. Leak Crate? That's cringe. That's 2000's humor. That's 2000's speak. What the fuck? What? This is stupid. These are digital codes you can use to gain bonuses in the games you play. More lives, more power. A true advantage over the competition. Advantage? No. What's more, some boxes may include a non-fungible token. NFTs? They're doing NFTs? Yes, sir. You can't funge these tokens. Not one bit. Who knows how valuable this crypto magic could be? It's not valuable at all. It's bullshit. Loot boxes, battle passes, and NFTs are the future. The Palace is at the forefront of what gaming should be. Oh my god. The Palace are the worst, yes. You wanna know what would have been worse? If they said that everything that they've made was made with AI. What? I'm going to pretend to keep them distracted. I'm going to pretend to like it. Golly, that's just wonderful. It sounds like a lot of fun. I'm dying on the inside. So much fun. Amazing, isn't it? We really have done ourselves in this amazing new innovation nobody else has even thought of before. Fortunately, getting the representative super excited about this waking nightmare is serving as an excellent distraction. Just picture it. Row after row of shining cardboard loot boxes on a shelf, yearning to be won with tickets, each with a wondrous gift inside. What's more, if you get duplicate items, you can trade 10 of them in for enough tickets to buy another loot box. What? How does that make any sense? I mean, that would be icing on the cake. Think RNGs that this game came out before the Skyrocket AI. It did. Like AI was like the whole generative AI thing was starting to take off because a lot of the people who were getting out of NFTs were pivoting to that. That is such a remarkably good deal that it does not make me want to vomit. Help me. And in fact, encourages more recreational spending. Terrific. Listen, I need to get back to the booth, but here's my card in case you have any further questions. I gingerly take his business card as if I'm accepting leaky sample of uranium-235. Thanks for your time. Enjoy the rest of Max. You too. I hope I never see you again. I need a shower. But for now, I loop back around to the indie section to reconvene with Loxley. He practically slips into existence from between two shadows appearing suddenly in my path.
Tally-ho!
Mission complete. Mission accomplished, I dare say. We have the complete internal memo archive regarding the new loot box systems. I hope there's something more memorable in there than a bunch of incredibly stupid marketing ideas. Oh, there's some juicy details. Marion, summarize?
Computing.
Certainly. I have no less than 30 spreadsheets detailing the exact odds for prices within each line of loot boxes, along with details on how they will precede the top end prices in boxes designed to be won by Palace employees only. Oh my god. So nobody gets a sports car unless they already work for the company. There are also plans to hire influencers and content creators to unbox loot online, which will likewise be preceded with high quality items. Yeah, just to get people like swayed into it. Along with notes to make sure these hired social media stars do not disclose their paid sponsorship, which is illegal. It's illegal, right? Absolutely. This is huge, Shellshock. I hope the Deconomi's run in with the law would shut down the Palace, but this could do it. The question is, what do we do with this information? It was obtained illicitly. They have plausible deniability. How can we torpedo their efforts at poisoning the arcade culture? Leak it to the press. Let Fight Shack warn public at large. This is why we have the fourth estate, right? To keep the public informed of any shading dealings happening just out of sight. The funny thing is, all that news will completely distract the news of NZ team P2W completely stealing the Crimson Tiger sponsorship from Good Clean Fun. I say we link it to Fight Shack. I know they mostly cover the esports beat, but if arcades shift away from fighting games to tickets and loot boxes, indeed, I'm a firm believer in Fight Shack's strong game journalism. Less easy clickbait, less press release parroting, more hard investigative work. They can dig deeper and verify what we've discovered, vindicating the information. And then when the public knows the truth, the battles will fail. I mean, surely gamers as a whole would rise up against this, right? We wouldn't simply get a token protest while the mainstream embraces it and normalizes it. Stands to reason. I can't see the fully paid game experiences where microtransactions ever taking out to become the dominant monetization model in any same timeline. No, that could never happen. It'd be absurd to ever consider. Far too absurd. But in this timeline, that shit fucking happens. For now, we best sit on the files. Leaking it in the middle of Max would cause a splash, but could result in fingers pointed our way. Still, this is a victory, Shellshock. A victory for justice. Thank you for assisting me in the matter. You've been of invaluable aid to me during Max as a whole. We've established quite the rapport, yes? It's difficult for me to open up and show these shadowy aspects of my life to others. I know I'll be judged, rightly so. But you have been remarkably non-judgmental about them. Yeah, my thanks, my loyalty, my respect, and if you will have it, my heart. And he bows elegantly, leaving me a bit struck by the sudden declaration. You're a fine friend to have, Loxley. I don't need your heart to know that. Loxley, you're a true friend, in the true sense of the word, but that's where I prefer to keep it. My apologies. Perhaps I misread the situation.
You have my gratitude, friend.
However, a friend is a delightful thing to be, and I am honored to be in such noble ranks. Right, but if you're looking for more, no need to concern yourself. The friend zone is the fictional construct. What we are is what we must be, and thus is perfect in shape and form. Loxley, stop being so cute. Yep. Friends and allies, then. Absolutely. Now then, the hour grows late, and our new sponsor will be expecting us. What? Oh, crap. I almost forgot about that. It's good to forget sometimes, so let your troubles and worries fall by the wayside. Nevertheless, we should depart and rejoin Rhapsody. The future of Team the Best Team awaits. Agreed. With wings of justice and a desire to, get sponsored again and stuff, we take flight. Waving me along, Loxley leads me through the crowds of Max, and through a door marked staff only. Loxley flashes a badge, and the support staff simply nods as we pass, as if expecting us. VIP status. Apparently, Loxley and Rhapsody have been busy while I was playing tourist. Eventually, we catch up with Rhapsody, fresh from mingling with all the major names in FOD and signing autographs with their fans. Perfect. Everything's coming up, Shellshock. The stage is all set for your interview with her. By her, who exactly do you mean? And someone in a white jacket pushes past the two of them to stand out front and center. It's Queen Bee! Oh my god.
Hey, champ. Been looking forward to this.
It's fucking Queen Bee. Oh my god, yes. What? Queen Bee? As in, founding member of the Four Heavenly Kings Queen Bee?
The one and only.
Queen Bee winks and blows an overly exaggerated air kiss in my direction. Even a piece of junkie like me knows Queen Bee, reigning monarch of the competitive arcade scene. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Now that was a surprise. Her team, the Four Heavenly Kings, rarely go for the big payday trophies that Team P2W does, but every member of the team is an absolute powerhouse of veteran skill. And if Rhapsody and Loxley arrange a meeting with her, then wait, is 4HK looking to sponsor Team the Best Team?
Not a chance. I'm more like the fiery hoop of death you gotta jump through to prove yourself to your new sponsor.
So, who's our new sponsor if it's not you? Yo, Game Jamie with the raid, thank you. Hold on a moment, let me give you a proper shout out. Hey, Jamie, welcome. Super Mario Galaxy, that game is amazing. I plan to stream that this year. How you doing? So who's our new sponsor if it's not you?
Where's the fun in telling you if I can't tease you about it first? A real serious Sam type, aren't you?
I should have probably been expecting that, the way Loxley Rhapsody have been pointedly not telling me all day.
Look, I'm doing this as a favor for someone who wants to know if you've got the same passionate spirit they have. You just have to prove yourself.
Sure. It went way. You just finished Water Galaxy today? Nice.
What better way to test your potential than to fight us? The 4 f***ing Heavenly Kings.
Yes.
Right here and right f***ing now.
Wait, you want to have a match against Team the Best Team?
Absolutely.
I've been really good. How have you been, in general? Because I've been doing good tonight. But you'll destroy us. I mean, you're 4 HK.
Don't give up before the match has even started. Gods can bleed. But this isn't about winning or losing. It's about your skill, your strategy. I want to see your spirit. That's how you will be judged.
Okay, so let's say we agree to this match. Where exactly are we going to play? Queen Bee flashes me the wildest grin and simply points toward the main stage for Max. On stage? Seriously?
Sink or swim. I don't do things half-assed. I pulled some strings to make this happen. We go live in 5 minutes, right before finals.
Ooh, this is gonna be good. Let's go.
We're the fire before the storm, baby. A tried and true exhibition match.
5 minutes? And isn't the calm before the storm?
You know what I mean. I want to see how you perform under pressure.
You want
ready?
Me perform under pressure? Let's do it. Certainly. Thank you for this opportunity. And may the best team win. You bet. I'm really looking forward to this. It's a great opportunity, and I'm honored to be able to challenge you. May the best team win. I'm all fired up. And you'll need a teammate, of course, because, well, I've already got one. And that's when a second member of the 4 Heavenly Kings makes his appearance. A veteran player from Japan. Possibly the greatest who ever lived. Known to some as Kami, but to others as the Demon. Konbanwa. An ambush match by the 2 of the best players in the scene in front of thousands of people. We are doomed. We are doomed. But this is the path forward. If we want to carry on as a team, we have to impress the 4 Heavenly Kings. So that's what we're going to do. As for my partner, I don't have time to call up anyone else in the team. We hit the stage in 2 minutes, so I got to work with what I have. My partner will be, this time I'm going to have Loxley fight with me. Loxley, you ready for this? I live for battle. You need to but ask, and I shall charge under your banner. What's with all the fancy schmancy Anglo-Saxon? Hey Storm, welcome. Storm AQ. Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies. Ha! The only thing you'll be stealing is Shellshock's kills, Robin Hood. Time's up, Shellshock. Here we go. Stormy Swan, awesome. This is it. The hardest challenge of my pro career to date. But I'm on a roll, aren't I? When it comes to these big moments, when the spotlight's shining and I'm in the eye of a storm, I've risen to the task. I will do this. I will be the winner. This is where we say before we do the fight. Here we go. This is the moment. Time to live for the moment. On emerging through the curtain and onto the stage, I'm nearly blasted backwards by the roar of the crowd. Colored lights and swings back and forth as Team the Best Team emerges alongside 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings. And the audience is hyped to see this happen. The following is an exhibition match scheduled for 1 round. Making their way to the game, please welcome from the 4 Heavenly Kings, Queen Bee and the Demon. Queen Bee soaks up the crowd's applause, pumping her fists in time for the 4HK chant to keep them excited. And their challengers, the hottest rising stars of the esports scene. It's Shellshock and Loxley of Team the Best Team. Did They just cheer more for me than they did for the four Heavenly Kings? Competitors to your stations! It's time! I pull out my trusty $8 beige keyboard, plugging it in, while Queen Bee and the Demon produce expensive professional-grade fight sticks, ones that we could afford with a new sponsor. Okay. Figure out a strategy. Quick. Queen Bee's picking Silent Blade, and the Demon's already queued up as Sensei. Good. I know what their game plan is. But what I know about them, Queen Bee plays an aggro Silent Blade, attacking relentlessly. I can defend against her. Meanwhile, Loxley will have to overcome the Demons, turtling up and defense to play as Sensei. Good. Nothing we haven't dealt with before. That's all the time I have for strategy, as the air horn signals the start of the match. For the future of the best team, I need to do my best. Alright, let's do it. Here we go. We're playing the minigame. Queen Bee is going to come at me with an attack. The whole point of Silent Blade is to rush down your opponent, so I should defend against it.
Fight.
Ready. Fight!
You both defend. It's a tie. You earn 50 points, they earn 20. Score now 50 to 20. Wait, what? A quick glance at Queen Bee's starting item build shows a defensive build for Silent Blade. Since when does that character have a tank build? Since when does Queen Bee not play aggro? Okay, my strategy just went out the window. We're going to need to adapt.
No, I will not lose to the likes of you.
Oh boy. And now we're seeing an aggro build on Sensei from the Demon. Right. At least now I know what's going on. They're playing against type. Queen Bee on the defense, the Demon on the attack. Odds are they'll mix things up a little now that we're wise to the tomfoolery, though. I'll have to be careful. You both special. It's a tie. You earn 20 points. They earn 20 points.
Oh, haha!
Yes.
Guard, turn, parry, dodge, spin, ha ha ha! Thrust.
So these two are back and forth, but me and Queen Bee are neck and neck. But now we're in the lead with points. They're gonna mix things up. Ah. Nice. It's been a weird fight so far, to be sure, but I've just realized something. 4HK hasn't spent their team ultimate ability yet. This at least seems to be playing into what I know about them. Queen Bee likes to bait you into overextending, then hit you with the ultimate in the late game. The time is now to counter her ultimate with my own. Both of us have the same idea. Spend our one-use ultimate moves. The screen fills with light as both combatants reach their inner power, but by countering a move, I come out on top. Nice, we countered. So we got the points. It all comes down to this. Both special.
You win.
You win.
In the end, we won by points.
The day
go.
is ours. Could there have been any other outcome, truly?
We gotta win. Winning is good. Here are your winners, Shellshock and Loxley of the team, the best team. We won. We won a match against the 4 Heavenly Kings.
Well fought. You've proven that you got what it takes.
I stand there in shock as Queen Bee grasps my hand and raises it high, while the crowd chants, TBT, TBT, TBT. Whoa. But hey, no great surprise, right? We triumphed in every single high-profile match we've ever had. Of course, we beat 4HK. We're champions.
Give it up for our challengers, everyone! That was one hell of a fight! They're the future of FOD. Look to them for who we should all be in this community. Remember this day. It will resonate forever.
The crowd bursts with excitement, and as we head backstage, Valkyria team P2W glowers at us while we pass on by because we just upstaged the upcoming main event fight completely. Just a bit of icing on the cupcake of our success. Backstage, things are wrapping up for the finale of the Crimson Tiger Invitational, with staff members rushing about to prepare the stage for the last fight of the day. Meaning we can loiter off to the side without being bothered. Good moment to reflect on what transpired. Such a marvelous battle. I've not seen it like its like in many days, and I doubt I shall for many more. We really kicked some ass, didn't we? And against some of the best players in the world. Take caution, my friend. A skirmish is not a war. I have faith we will win the war. But don't get cocky. Right. I'm just stoked we have a sponsor again. I swore to deliver a sponsor to our doorstep, and I always hold by my oaths. For now, I shall take my leave, so that you may remove your player hat and don your manager hat. There's business matters aloof. Thanks for your support, Loxley. Always Shellshock, always. Even backstage, we can hear the thunderous echoes of the cheering audience. It's almost a shame we aren't able to watch the finals or play in them. But a match with Queen Bee and the Demon of the Four Heavenly Kings was certainly a boost for my mood and career. But one piece of the puzzle hasn't quite clicked into place. Maybe Queen Bee can help with that. Hey, QB, now that the match is over, care to tell me more about this mysterious team whose sponsor is interested in us? I'm so confused how someone as prestigious as you could be our tryout match. This new sponsor must be a heck of a mover and shaker to have an interest in the likes of us.
Don't sell yourself short. You're young and just getting started. But everybody starts somewhere. This is your starting line. Reminds me a lot of my own starting line, in fact. There were a lot of setbacks. Losses. A fucking lot of losses. I started out as a baby FOD streamer, barely able to crawl up those ranks. But I didn't give up. Never fucking give up. I worked hard, played hard, and eventually L7 invited me to join their team. I did so thinking I had finally made it, but it was just one more step to get to where I am today. A lot of shit went down when I was in L7. It eventually led up to my humiliating loss against the Demon.
I remember reading about that on all the FOD forums. Even though it was a smaller, unknown venue, the Demon traveled all the way from Japan to fight against the Queen Bee. That is referencing the very first. That was referencing the first Arcade Spirits. When your main character is hosting a major event of the Funplex to get more people involved and invested. Because Queen Bee was participating in a major battle, like there was a tournament going on. There was also the dancing in that Teo was hosting, and then the Mr. Moopy's maze. Percy was getting the score attack in that, which eventually led to me finding out that he actually had the exact same heart condition that his sister, unfortunately, had and passed away from. Queen Bee lost the match against the Demon, but then in a twist of fate, he ended up inviting her to join 4HK. And now, they're both on the most well-loved and talented team in the scene.
But even in that loss, there was a win. That loss changed everything for me.
Same here.
Without that singular moment, I wouldn't be here, standing next to you, offering you this sponsorship. So why you? I've been exactly where you are right now. And I want to make that difference for others who I see myself in. Well, not to mention Loxley and Rhapsody told me all about your last sponsor backstabbing you, and I like to make sure we stick our middle fingers up at big corporations.
Yep. Like what I'm doing right now.
As for who your actual sponsor is, here, let me introduce you.
Well, let's see who it is. And that's where... No fucking way. Holy shit. That's my main character from the first game. And that's what a fairly unassuming looking person wanders up to me, nodding respect. So my main character, holy shit, from the first game, sponsoring me. It's interesting seeing both of these characters here. Wow, I was not anticipating that. Shell Shock, or should I say MX Shelly Primo, how formal do you want to handle this? Wait, aren't you... They slipped me a business card with a symbol of a pixel art critter in neon heart. Shell Shock, at your service. Owner of Arcade Spirits. You're the one who made Arcade Spirits! I'm a PC junkie, even I know about that arcade. You're the ones that Deco's Palace tried to torpedo, right? You're famous! Deco was headed over a cliff already. We just gave him a helpful push. Above all, we made an arcade that's fun for everyone. That's what we should be known for. But that's old business. Today, I want to talk about new business, specifically sponsoring Team the Best Team. So, you're the mystery sponsor that set the 4 Heavenly Kings on us? Yeah, but honestly, the match was Queen Bee's idea. She loves a dramatic show. I was going to just approach and say hello, but it's hard to say no to the Queen, you know. Loxley and Rhapsody told me all about Crimson Tiger backstabbing you. I don't like it when people step all over someone's dreams, so I agreed to help. Yeah, because they have been in the exact same spot that I'm in now. But even if it's famous, your arcade's pretty small, right? Can you be sponsored with a pro team? True, finances are tight. I deliberately designed my arcade to not go for mass market appeal and big money paydays, but it's still the arcade of my dreams. And while I can't provide as much money as Crimson Tiger, I can certainly help you get through the Pro Tour this year. There's one condition on this offer, though. In 1 month, there's going to be a big FOD2 exhibition event happening at Pengy Paradise. You know, the cheesy penguin-themed family amusement park. Never been there myself, but I'm aware of it. You have to be dead or comatose not to know about Pengy. I want you representing Arcade Spirits at the charity event. We're going to be raising money for Child's Play, an organization that donates toys and games to our children's hospitals. I've heard of them. Plus, if you do this, you'll get another shot at team play to win. I figure you want a chance to beat your rival in a public setting. Am I right? I wish that theme park was real. I love penguins. I love penguins too. Of course, it's a great opportunity. We're gonna have a blast, trust me on this. A chance to beat your rival, score some sweet dosh for charity, and hit up a bunch of penguin-themed thrill rides? Hell yeah. I want you to have fun with this. Think of it as a working vacation. A chance to do what you do best, but also a chance to have a blast with your friends. Take it from me. Shiny trophies and plaques are cute and all, but your friends are going to be the thing you carry forward after the Pro Tour is done. My friends were the ones who pulled me out of the quagmire my life has sunk into, once upon a time. For ages, I assumed the Shock family was cursed with bad luck, that I had to just sit there and take it because optimism was stupid. It's all crap, of course. There was never a curse, and my friends helped me get through that depression, lifting me up. Now, I'm doing that for you. This sponsorship is about more than me cutting a check. It's me putting someone else on the path. Find your way, find your dream, and above all, enjoy every moment of the ride. Alright, I'll do it. Don't worry. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I understand. And I'm going to do my best to make you proud. I got a dream of championship gold and so much more. I want to support Team the Best Team. I want to support my friends. Good attitude you have. I have no doubt you'll succeed on all fronts. I think it's settled then. With that, they hand over a contract, tuck it away neatly into a folder for later review. Run that by your lawyer, and if everything looks good, sign on the dotted line and zip it along. I don't have a lawyer. No problem. How about I find you one? If she needs help finding a lawyer with an esports focus, my Iris can help yours. Hooray! Shell's Iris is legendary in the Iris Collective. That'll be a lot of fun. Now, if you excuse me, I got business before Max closes down for the day. I love to hang and chat or play some games, but alas, adult responsibilities, they're our thing. Yeah, tell me about it. As manager of team, the best team, I'm always dealing with one thing or another. We'll have to swap our war stories sometime. Soft beep beep from Shell's Iris grabs their attention. I better take this. Sorry, good luck at the charity show match, okay? What's up, Percy? Oh, the futon's in the downstairs closet. I moved it. You sure your parents are okay with that? We can just let them use our room. Oh man, if only Percy just made a cameo right now. Okay, and I promise I'll be flying home right after Max wraps up. Love you, big guy. See you soon. It's good to know that Percy's still around. And as our new sponsor fades into the crowd to Max, I just hope beyond the hope that I can make them proud of us next month. But first, Max. Who would have thought it ended up how it did? At the beginning of the day, we lost a sponsor, and yet by the end, we get a new one. A sponsor who believes in us. We fought the legendary 4HK, and the crowd loved us. We were even going to be a part of the FOD2 exhibition event happening at Peggy Paradise. This is more than I've ever expected to have. When I first set out to chase esports glory, Naomi was your romance partner? Alright, that's fair. But above all, there's a championship, right? We're undefeated. Bullet train going right to the top. I will be a champion. I have to be a champion. There's nothing else that matters. Or at least that's what I keep telling myself. Alright. And level complete.
You win.
You cleared level 4 of Arcade Spirits New Challengers Victory. Let's take a look at your scores. You're in Zapper's sights to be sure. You're passionate. You're proving to be a gentle, sweet, and compassionate soul. Also, you scored 25,300 points. Nice. Keep talking with people and your score will go up, up, up. What? Would you like to change your personal metadata at this time? Name, pronoun, so on? No, I'm good to go. Yes, let's save the game. I did wonder though, what would that scene be like if you didn't play the first Arcade Spirits? I wouldn't even know what to say about that. Alright, so with that, we're gonna call it a night here. So we finished chapters, we finished levels 3 and 4. So next time we'll do level 5. But thank you guys so much for tuning in as I did the Nintendo tier list, where I ranked all the Nintendo consoles based on their launch lineups from worst to best. Then I played Arcade Spirits. We'll come back to this game on Thursday, but progress has been made. I think we're making a pretty good progress. So we'll see how much more we'll make in the next stream. But tomorrow we're going to be playing some Repo with the Digital Bonfire Squad. Wednesday, we got a big long stream, Mario Party Madness, 99 turns. That one is hosted by Clark's Madness. That one is going to be a big one, and I hope that anybody that's coming in could tune in for that. Thursday is Arcade Spirits. Friday is Jamboree. And Sunday is Sharing with Shellshock Animal Crossing. But let's see who we got online that we could send the raid over to tonight. I'm going to take a look and see who we got online. There's plenty of people on right now. Let's see. I got somebody. I know exactly who I'm gonna go with tonight. So I just noticed. Oh, how long have they been streaming for? I can send the raid over to them. I'm gonna send the raid over to Korshal. He's playing Mega Man 8. So we're gonna go send the raid over to Korshal. I just noticed Corshell was streaming, so I'm gonna send the raid over to him. All right, so let's get the raid call going, and with that, we're gonna send the raid over to Corshell Valent. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next stream, which will be Repo. So thanks to everybody to tune in, and thank you for guys for coming in. May you all take care of yourselves, be awesome, stay awesome, tell your loved ones you love them, check up on them as always, fight for everlasting peace, and I'll see you guys next time. And now you are playing with power. Good night, everybody.
I sadly said goodbye as I waved and wished you farewell. Then I think of how much longer I must wait. I look inside myself and feel something new. I wanna stop and grow up again. It's all because I'm feeling sad and I cry. I don't know why. The courage that I need, the power to succeed, gives me the strength to fly. It's all because of when I see my friends all mine. Every time they're always behind me, pushing me on, lighting the fire in me. Then suddenly my power and confidence start swelling up, magically erupt. And it's all because of kindness that I feel from people I don't even know. I won't forget the times we shared and our pleasant days. Always.